I've been the man. You verse me, I know you would never win. Rarely take an L, never been a fan. Added sense, top speed, rest is in the wind. I just do me, I don't chase trends. First they all hate, then they wanna make friends. Talking about weed, that was never in the plan. I don't speak French, but I really like friends. Extra, extra, read all about it. Extra, extra, read all about it. Extra, extra, read all about it.
Yo, good morning.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Good morning. Morning. In short, yeah, that's looks very good for 3-bar setup.
Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast
Good 3-bar setup.
so high, I might never come down. So what? This is my lifestyle. Wait a minute.
Just have to be careful because we have a Fed
Wait a minute.
speaking today, testimony, 7 o'clock, but that's in 5 minutes.
I need sunglasses, I need Advil. I like fake moves and my cash real. I like first place, you're in last deal. Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down. So what? This is my lifestyle.
Morning, Mad Max. Morning.
Fast lane when I pass in the street,
Morning, Sir Jason.
passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast
Jerome Powell is gonna be on in 5 minutes. FYI.
might never come down. So what? This is my lifestyle.
Probably it's gonna be a boring day again. Good morning, War. YT.
Pocket rocket in my pocket, please don't make me pop it. All these boys just wanna copy the style. Tell them stop it, whoa, whoa. It's my destiny for the like Latoya, like it found me my Beyonce. And she
Going up again.
grinding with the team, make
Yeah, I guess we'll see because this is unpredictable if Jerome Powell is speaking. The moment that he said something market doesn't like, it's just gonna drop or go high.
got some money, put up for the rain, so never stress it.
Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down.
I got it from Asia.
My lifestyle.
I was I don't trade Asia, but yesterday got too excited, I guess. Yeah, it's very volatile. So, and Jerome Powell is about to come up. So I'm gonna start trading ES in the morning. Asia is a bitch, yeah, I know. If I'm gonna trade Asia, I'm gonna trade gold. not NQ. Gold has. I like the move of the gold than NQ.
Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle. Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east.
Looking for Jerome Powell's live.
So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle.
Of American strength has paved the way for peace with the historic ceasefire agreement.
All Trump
Late
speaking,
Monday,
by the way.
and, we call it the 12-day war. Spoke to a few people. I guess that just sounded like the right name. It was a 12-day war, and we think it's over. I don't think they're going to be going back at each other. I don't think so. Not only have we dealt decisively with the critical threat of Iran's nuclear program, which was what I wanted. I said Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I've said that for 15 years, long before I decided to do the political thing. But we've also reasserted the credibility of American deterrence, which is like no other. The people at NATO said there's never been anything. You know, I rebuilt the entire military during my first term. And we have a great military. We have great generals. Got to know the good ones and the bad ones. We kept the good ones. Over the past 2 days, I was honored to participate in the NATO leaders meeting and also had extremely good individual discussions with the King and the Queen, Secretary General Ruta, and the Prime Minister.
This is live
Great
right now.
discussions. Very knowledgeable people. Major focus of our conversations at the summit was the need for other NATO members to take up the burden of the defense of Europe, and that included the financial burden. As you know, it was 2%, and we got it up to 5%.
Good morning, Paul.
And they said, a couple of them came up to me, one in particular said, "Sir, we've been trying to get it up to 3% for 20 years, and we haven't been able, and you got it up to 5%. So they're going to be, most of them, I guess almost all of them, are going to be contributing now 5%, a number that people are surprised at, but you need it today. The United States accounts for 2/3 of all NATO defense spending. And since I began pushing for additional commitments in 2017, believe it or not, our allies have increased spending by $700 billion. I said to people, you don't have any money, and a lot of them weren't paying. And so I started the process, and I picked it up as soon as I got back, which is 6 months ago. And following my election last November, almost all have accelerated plans to reach the 2%, 3%, 4%, and then ultimately, very quickly, 5%. And all of this is going to be done very quickly, almost immediately. You probably know this as well as I do. I'm sure they've been talking about it. It's really been a big focus. In a very historic milestone this week, the NATO allies committed to dramatically increase their defense spending to that 5% of GDP, something that no one really thought possible. And they said, "You did it, sir, you did it." Well, I don't know if I did it, but I think I did. This will be known as the Hague Defense Commitment, which is pretty good, pretty appropriate. When the allies reach this number, it will add more than $1 trillion a year. Think of that, $1 trillion per year to our common defense. And this is a monument really to victory, but it's a monumental win for the United States, because we were carrying much more than our fair share. It was quite unfair, actually. But this is a big win for Europe and for actually Western civilization. For years, past administrations failed to get most allies to contribute even the 2%. I remember when I came here, we had 4 countries that were up to 2%. And I remember Poland was there. A couple of them were there. And but most of them were. We had 28 at the time. As you know, it's increased a little bit. and they've agreed now to more than double their budgets in all cases. And Europe stepping up to take more responsibility for its security will help prevent future disasters like the horrible situation with Russia and Ukraine, and hopefully we're going to get that solved. Last week they lost 7,000 soldiers, mostly soldiers, but they're also getting hit in Kiev. They're getting hit in some of the towns also. And that means life. Life is disappearing also in the cities and towns. Should have never happened, would have never happened if I was president. Said it 1,000 times. And it never did happen. It's never even thought about. But it's vital that this additional money be spent on very serious military hardware, not bureaucracy. And hopefully that hardware is going to be made in America, because we have the best hardware in the world. You saw that, where 14 missiles were shot at us the other day. And,
I'll set up my orb right now.
they were very nice. They gave us warning. They said, we're going to shoot them. Is 1 o'clock okay? They said, it's fine. And everybody was emptied off the base, so they couldn't get hurt except for the gunners. They call them the gunners.
Hey, you guys mind if we launch some rockets at you? Yeah, it's fine.
High-end missiles that were shot at the base in Qatar, all 14, as you know, were shot down by our equipment. Amazing stuff. Amazing that they can do. It's like shooting a bullet with a bullet. It's the same thing if you think about it. 14 out of 14, and they weren't even that surprised. I said, do you do that well often? They say, we pretty much do, sir. The Ukraine crisis has also highlighted the urgency of rebuilding our defense industrial base, both in the United States and among the allied nations. We cannot afford to be dependent on foreign adversaries for critical minerals. And as you know, we made a deal with Ukraine to take a vast amount of the land they have for minerals. We need it. And once again, I want to thank all of the people in the Netherlands, incredible people. It's a great place. And all of the NATO allies for the tremendous summit that we just had. A letter
Nice, Sam.
came in, and a statement came in
Good
from
stuff.
the Atomic Energy Commission of Israel. And I just wondered, this is an official letter, and they're very serious people, as you know. The devastating U.S. strike on Fordo destroyed the site's critical infrastructure and rendered the enrichment facility totally inoperable. It was devastated. We assess that the American strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities has set back Iran's ability to develop nuclear weapons for many years to come. This achievement can continue indefinitely if Iran does not get access to nuclear material, which it won't. It's so sad that that whole thing had to go. But I just want to thank our pilots. You know, they were maligned and treated very bad, demeaned by fake news CNN, which is back there, believe it or not, wasting time, wasting it. Nobody's watching them, so they're just wasting a lot of time, wasting my time. And the New York Times, they put out a story that, well, maybe they were hit, but it wasn't bad. Well, it was so bad that they ended the war. It ended the war. Somebody said in a certain way, you know, that it was so devastating, actually. If you look at Hiroshima, if you look at Nagasaki, you know, that ended a war too. This ended a war in a different way, but it was so devastating. Also, they have, out of Dubai, just came that Iran's foreign ministry spokesman, this is Iran's foreign ministry, says it's near its nuclear installations were very badly damaged by the American strike. So what bothered me about these reports with fake reports put out by the New York Times,
right.
failing, I call it the failing New York Times because it's doing
I think he did this one intentionally.
No business at all. But, and by
Trump doesn't
fake
like
news,
Jerome.
CNN and
I don't know. He
MSDNC,
probably did this one
all
intentionally.
of these terrible people, you know, they have no credibility. You know, when I started, they were at
Yeah, you did.
94% credibility, the media. Now it's at 16%. And I'm very proud of it because I've exposed it for what it is. But when
This guy is a
I saw
meme.
them starting to
Too
question
much.
the caliber of the attack, was it bad? Well, it was really bad. It was devastating. They were obliterated. In fact, you can't get into the tunnels. They just put that over. That just came out. They can't. There's nothing. There's no way you can even get down. The whole thing is collapsed in a disaster.
Oh, he's in
And I think all of
Netherlands.
the nuclear stuff is down there because it's very hard to
Okay.
remove.
You can't stand
And
his voice.
we did it very quickly. When they heard we were coming, it was, you can't move it. Very hard, very dangerous actually to move too. And they also knew we were coming, so I don't think too many people want to be down there knowing we're coming. With the bunker busters, as we call them, we're the only ones that have them. We have the best equipment, best nuclear equipment, and we have the best equipment in the world. And by the way, we can't forget our submarine, which was out there.
It's weird. The
Submarines,
move
actually,
of
but
this
submarine
price
was out there.
action
We
is
shot,
20 points, 10 points.
30
It's weird on the
rockets
opening.
into, an area.
Maybe it's
Every
because
single one of them, I
Trump
think it was
and
almost
Powell
400
is
miles away. I think
speaking.
400.
But the movement on the price
And
action this
long.
morning is
It was
just
in the
10
ocean,
points, 20 points,
Long ways away.
which is crazy. First time.
And,
That's my
we
first time
shot-
seeing it.
We shot
Open.
a total of 30. Every single one of them hit within 9 inches from where it was supposed to be. It took it a lot because we didn't do just Fordo. We did 2 others in addition, which hadn't been completely destroyed. So we hit them with a submarine from
What's up, Gabriel?
hundreds of miles away. Amazing, just amazing equipment. Greatest submarines in the world. Nobody's even close. They're 20 years behind us when it comes to submarine technology. So that's one, and the other was from the Atomic Energy Commission, and they have about 3 or 4 of them now coming in from Atomic Energy Commissions from various places. But the one that we have that just came out, we released it a little while ago, was from the Israeli Atomic Energy Commission, but numerous of them are getting to see the site, and the site has been demolished. And again, we had these brave patriots, these incredible flyers, these people that can fly a plane better than anybody can fly a plane, going into very hostile territory, flying into the territory that has got more missiles and things pointed at it. But it was very stealth. They didn't get to see it. It was dark. That's the amazing thing about the shots. They hit the shots perfectly, and yet it was dead dark. There was no moon. There was no light. It was virtually moonless. It was very dark, and the shots were hit perfectly. But when they get demeaned, and they were very upset about it because they knew how strong it would be. Back in Missouri, the pilots flew about 36 hours, 2 ways, far distance, and in those incredible B-2s. And we then had the F-22s, and we had the F-35s, and we had other planes, and we had, I think, a total of 52 tankers. That means the big tankers, because the refueling was a lot for all of the different planes that we sent.
There you go.
Incredible operation, and I have to say, General Raisin Kane was incredible. That's why he beat ISIS, and we beat ISIS in a matter of weeks. I was told it would take 4 to 5 years. We did it in a few weeks. And he was great. That's why he's the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff right now, because I had a very good experience with him. He knocked out ISIS in a period of literally a few weeks.
Price action is
Amazing.
getting out of orb.
And it was supposed to take a few years, 5 years to be exact. So we had a great victory there, and we then came here, and I think we had a great victory here. But this is an ongoing project. This is the safety of Europe, the safety of the world. And they've raised it from 2% to 5%, something which nobody, and you're talking about over $1 trillion a year. So we're talking about a lot of money from coming in from countries that were not paying nearly enough to be effective. So I have, as
You
you
think
know,
it's gonna short
Marco
today?
Rubio
I am-
with me,
I am
Pete Hegseth, Secretary
Very
of State and Secretary
bullish.
of War.
I mean bearish
Can we
today
say
too,
it
based
used to be
on the
called
daily.
Secretary of War. Maybe for a couple of weeks we'll call it that, because we feel like warriors. Used to be called Secretary of War. In fact, if you look at the old building
But that's just my
next to the White House, you
bias.
can see where it used to be Secretary of War. Then we became
Overextend.
politically correct, and they called it Secretary
All-time
of Defense.
high.
I don't know, maybe we'll have to start thinking about changing it, but we feel that way.
All-time high.
Do we have any questions, please? Wow. That's a lot of
Tell me
questions.
why next time.
Who's a nice person? Oh, you're not a nice person, but I'll let you ask one. Go ahead. What's he going to ask? He is not nice at all. I know him well.
Oh,
Thank you,
no.
Mr. President.
Yeah.
Thank you for taking the time before flying home. You just said you believe the conflict between Israel and Iran is over. What makes you so confident it is? And what do you do if it isn't?
Because I dealt with both, and they're both tired, exhausted. They fought very, very hard and very viciously, very violently, and they were both satisfied to go home and get out. And can it start again? I guess someday it can. It could maybe start soon. I think a big telltale sign was when, as you know, Iran somewhat, by not much, violated the ceasefire. And Israel had the planes going out that morning, and there were a lot of them, 52 of them. And I said, you got to get them back. And they brought them back. They didn't do anything. They brought them back. It was very good. I thought it was amazing, actually. They have fought a hell of a war. They fought very hard. I think the war ended, actually, when we hit the various nuclear sites with the planes.
Yeah.
And I just hope you people can give these pilots, these are the best pilots in the world. They're the best shots in the world. They call them shots. That's what they are. And wait a minute. And I just hope you can give them the respect they deserve, because they came home to fake news. And like, oh, gee, there was hardly any damage. The things are decimated. So, but I think, no, I think they're very much finished. I think Israel's going to get back to doing what they do. And
Bouncing on this order block right here. 5 minutes.
Tesla down 5% right now, going to that 318 line.
They can do things.
I'm looking
I
at
don't see
ES
them
right now.
Connection lost.
getting back involved in the nuclear business anymore. I think
I'm looking at
they've
ES.
had it for 20 years, and I don't see that happening either. Now, if it does, we're always there. It won't be me. It'll be
bouncing on this
somebody
order
else,
block
but
right
we're
here.
there. We'll have to do something about it. Yes, please, go ahead. Go ahead. Oh, fake news, CNN? Oh, yeah, here we go. Wait till you hear this question.
Thank you, sir.
You should really say how great
Colin.
our soldiers and our warriors are.
I think everyone appreciates our soldiers and our warriors. I do have two questions for you, Mr. President. You just cited
We
Israeli
have a bunch of accumulation here on ES
these
again.
attacks.
5 minutes.
Earlier, you said U.S. intelligence was inconclusive. Are you relying on Israeli intelligence for your assessment of the impact of the strikes?
No, this is also Iran made the statement, and it's also, if you read the document that was given, that Pete can talk about if you'd like, the document said it could be very severe damage, but they didn't take that. They said it could be limited or it could be very severe. They really didn't know.
Fair
other
value
than
gap
to
here
say,
is claim.
it could be limited or it could be very, very severe. And
We
you
have
didn't choose
accumulation
to
in
put
this
that
zone right here.
because it was very early after. Since then, we've collected additional intelligence. We've also spoken to people who have seen the site, and the site is obliterated. And we think everything nuclear is down there. They didn't take it out. Okay, question? Please, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, blue dress.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Yesterday, you said China can now continue to purchase oil from Iran.
Yeah.
Are you giving up on your maximum pressure campaign? Because there
With
are
who?
sanctions right now
With who?
on Iran.
No, look, they just had a war. The war was fought. They fought it bravely. I'm not giving up. They're in the oil business. I mean, I could stop it if I wanted. I could sell China the oil myself. I don't want to do that. They're going to need money to put that country back into shape. We want to see that happen. Would it? No. If they're going to sell oil, they're going to sell oil. We're not taking over the oil. We could have, you know. I used to say with Iraq, keep the oil. I could say it here, too. We could have kept the oil. No, China is going to want to buy oil. If they can buy it from us, they can buy it from other people.
Bounce off
But
that
you're
fair
gonna have to
value
put
gap
that country
and the
back
order
into
block.
shape. It desperately needs money. Yeah.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please. Here we go. I'm picking the beauties today. Go ahead.
Mr. President, Secretary General Rutte has described President Putin as an adversary, a threat, an enemy. Do you view him the same way? And in addition to that, you mentioned General Kane, your chief of staff, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
General Kane.
Yes, he has said that Mr. Putin has territorial ambitions.
You got a retest in
beyond
low orb right
Ukraine.
now.
Do you view that in the same way?
Possible. I mean, it's possible. I know one thing. He'd like to settle. He'd like to get out of this thing. It's a mess for him. He called the other day. He said, can I help you with Iran? I said, no, you can help me with Russia. Because, you know, in the last few weeks, we took care of India and Pakistan, Kosovo, Serbia. I think on Friday we have coming in, the Congo is coming in, and Rwanda is coming in. That was a vicious war that went on, a machete war. heads chopped off all over Africa. They're coming in. We did 2 others in addition to that. Nobody's ever done anything like this. No, I consider him a person that's, I think, been misguided. I'm very surprised, actually. I thought we would have had that settled easy. I've settled 4 of them in the meantime. But he did call up, and he said, he's close to Iran. He'd like to help us.
I'm gonna do a quick
get
scalp
settlement.
here.
I said,
I'm shorting it.
You help me get a settlement with Russia. And I think we're going to be doing that too. Yeah, please. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've made clear your position on
Order
what impact
order
the
filled.
states had. I wanted to ask you
I'm shorting
what
it.
is
It's a
next
quick scalp.
with Iran. For instance, is there any indication from U.S. intelligence that Iran was able to move any material, including
No, just the
uranium?
opposite. We think we hit them so hard and so fast they didn't get to move. And if you knew about that material, it's very hard and very dangerous to move. It's called in many people they call it dust, but it's very, very heavy. It's very, very hard to move. And they were way down. They're 30 stories down. They're literally 30, 35 stories down underground.
You got it all.
Oh yeah, we think we got. We think it's covered with granite, concrete, and steel.
Can I ask you, are you interested in restarting negotiations with Iran? And if so, have they reciprocated?
So
or is
our
this sort of a
people,
settled
Marco could answer this, but our people are not. I'm not. The way I look at it, they fought. The war's done, and I could get a statement that they're not going to go nuclear. We're probably going to ask for that, but they're not going to be doing it. But they're not going to be doing it anyway. They've had it. They've had it. Now maybe someday in the future we'll want that. But I've asked Marco, do you want to draw? I just asked him the question as we
Got
were
in too
walking on
early.
the stage. Do you want to draw up a little agreement for them to sign? Because I think we can get them to sign it. I don't think it's necessary. Marco, do you want to talk about that, please?
Mr. President, I think President Trump has shown a willingness to meet and talk to anybody in the world who's interested in peace. I don't know of any president that's been as willing as he has to meet with anyone and talk about peace. We'd love to have peaceful relations with any country in the world. And so obviously that'll depend on Iran's willingness not just to engage in peace, but to negotiate directly with the United States, not through some third country or fourth country process. But I know of no president, probably in our modern history, that's sought peace more than President Trump has.
Sounds like the door is open, but you're in no rush. Is that right? Sounds like the door is open, but
I'll tell you what, look, we're going to talk to them next week with Iran. We may sign an agreement. I don't know. To me, I don't think it's that necessary. I mean, they had a war, they fought. Now they're going back to their world. I don't care if I have an agreement or not. The only thing we'd be asking for is what we were asking for before about we want no nuclear, but we destroyed the nuclear. In other words, that's destroyed. I said, Iran
$100
will not
scalps,
have
yeah.
nuclear. Well, we blew it up. It's blown up.
I got in too early with the
The
scalp.
kingdom come, and so I don't feel very strongly about it. If we got a document, wouldn't be bad. We're going to meet with them, actually. We're going to meet with them. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Mr. President, Netherlands TV, thank you for visiting our country.
Good.
As I
Thank you.
understood, I, of course, would like to know how you slept last night at the House of the King.
Oh, I slept beautifully.
But probably a more serious question. I think you just had a meeting with President Zelensky. Did you discuss any ceasefire in this Russo-Ukrainian war?
No, I wanted to know how he's doing. He was very nice, actually. We had little rough times sometimes. He was couldn't have been nicer. I think he'd like to see an end to this. I do. I think what I took from the meeting couldn't have been nicer, actually. But I took from the meeting that he'd like to see it end. I think it's a great time to end it. I'm going to speak to Vladimir Putin, see if we can get it ended. But look, these are brave people. They're fighting these wars all over the place. Last week they had, I guess, I told you, close to 7,000 young soldiers, Russian and Ukrainian soldiers were killed, 7,000 in 1 week. It's crazy. It's crazy. So I'll be speaking to Putin. No, I had a good meeting with Zelensky. And I had a lot of good meetings. We had a lot of good meetings with a lot of people, a lot of great leaders. But he's fighting a brave battle. It's a tough battle. Yeah. Go ahead, white dress.
Okay. Thank you. Ida Hallikainen from Finland, Ilta-Sanomat.
Good.
You have played golf with President Alexander Stubb. How do you see Finland as a NATO ally and partner, and how would you describe your relationship with our president?
Well, he's a very good golfer, okay? In fact, he was on his college golf team. He went to a good college in the South, as you know, a very good college, and he was a good golfer. We had a good time. I think my relationship's great. I want to buy icebreakers. You know, you're very good at icebreakers. And I actually made him an offer. I didn't go to Congress. They'll try and impeach me for this. But there's an old, it's not old, it's fairly new, but it's used icebreaker. And I offered him about 1/3 of what he asked for. But we're negotiating. We need icebreakers in the U.S. And if we can get some inexpensively, I'd like to do that. Actually, they'll fix it up, make it good. Also, we may buy some icebreakers. You know, you're the king of icebreakers, that particular country. They make them good. They make them really good, and they know what they're doing. And so we're negotiating with them for about 15 different icebreakers. But one of them is available now. It's old, and it's
leaked photo of the icebreakers they're negotiating.
Yeah, it's a pro account. It's not cash account. This is my cash account right here.
That's all I do is make deals. Yeah, please.
I only got $4,000 cash account.
Sir, go ahead.
Yeah, question for
don't get too excited.
TV. First of all,
With 25K.
on Article 5, on
It's
your way
not.
here,
It's
you
a
spoke about the
funded
commitment of the
account.
U.S. to Article 5, saying, "I'll give you my definition once we're here." What is your definition, and may the U.S. commitment to Article 5 change in case some of the NATO members do not reach the threshold that was discussed today? My second question is following up on a colleague on Iran. What intel reports do say that everything over there was obliterated?
Yeah, well, there are numerous of those reports, and they're coming out fast and furious. But the most respected ones we've already seen. And I will say that on a very
The $4,000 is my real
confidential
money.
basis, they're looking at the
This
reports.
This is one of the funded
like numerous
and the
reports,
eval.
and including people going to the site and checking the site. And they're going to be having, I guess you're going to be having over the next couple of days a full, you're going to encapsulate it. But no, the site was obliterated, just like I said it was. And just like the pilots should be given credit for. As far as Article 5, look, when I came here because it was something I'm supposed to be doing, but I left here a little bit differently. I said, I watched the heads of these countries get up, and the love and the passion that they showed for their country was unbelievable. I've never seen quite anything like it. They want to protect their country, and they need the United States. And without the United States, it's not going to be the same. And you can ask Mark, or you can ask any of the people that were there. It was really moving to see it. They love their country. They were so respectful of me because I'm the head of the United States. And I made, the King of Saudi Arabia, when I was in the Middle East. So I was in Qatar for a different reason, not a reason to get shot at. We were in there for economic development reasons, Qatar, UAE, and Saudi Arabia. All three leaders of those countries, and we took back $5.1 trillion into the United States. All three leaders said, you're presiding over the hottest country in the world. The United States right now is the hottest. Everybody wants to be there. Everybody wants a piece of it. He said, a year ago, your country was dead. You had a deadhead running it. You had a country that was dead, and it was dead. You had people pouring through the borders. You had inflation. You had everything. He said, you've made it in 5 months at that time. You've made it the hottest country. This is the hottest country in the world. The United States right now is the hottest country in the world. And when I was around that table, it was a nice group of people, many of whom I knew from previous. When I saw the passion they had for the country, and almost everyone, and you probably have the tapes, it was very public, but almost every one of them said, thank God for the United States. Without the United States, they couldn't really have NATO. It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. It will in the future because now they're paying much more money, but it wouldn't work. It was great. And I left here differently. I left here saying that these people really love their countries. It's not a ripoff, and we're here to help them protect their country. Okay, we'll do one or two more.
Thank you, Mr. President. A question on Spain. Are you satisfied with today's...
Oh, I think Spain's terrible what they've done. No, I do. They're the only country that won't pay the full up. They want to stay at 2%. I think it's terrible. And you know,
the NATO revision to spend up to 5% on defense.
Right out of the water with something bad happening. You know, Spain is the only country that. Are you from Spain?
I like that rejection right there on the low orb.
You're the only country.
I got into early for short,
I
but
don't know what the problem
we'll
is.
see.
I think it's too bad. So we'll make it up. You
It's
know what
fighting.
we're gonna do? We're
Fighting that
negotiating
short.
with Spain on a trade deal. We're going to make them pay twice as much. And I'm actually serious about that. We're going to make Spain. I like Spain. I have so many people from Spain that it's a great place and they're great people. But Spain is the only country out of all of the countries that refuses to pay. And, you know, so they want a little bit of a free ride. But they'll have to pay it back to us on trade because I'm not going to let that happen. It's unfair. It's unfair to NATO. All right, sir, please. Go ahead, right in the back. Yeah, you, tall one. The tall man.
Mr. President, Johannes Petra from Austrian National Television.
How are you?
You once said that you would end the Ukraine war in 24 hours. You later said you said that sarcastically.
Of course it was sarcastic.
But you've now been in office for 5 months and 5 days. Why have you not been able to end the Ukraine war?
Because it's more difficult than people would have any idea. Vladimir Putin has been more difficult. Frankly, I had some problems with Zelensky. You may have read about him. And it's been more difficult than other wars. I mean, look, we just ended a war in 12 days that was simmering for 30 years, frankly. We ended Rwanda and the Congo. They're coming to sign the documents. We've already signed basic documents, but they're coming, I think, to the White House on Friday. We ended, Serbia was going to go at it. But maybe the most important of all, India and Pakistan. And that wasn't whether or not they may someday have nukes like we're talking about in the Middle East, like we're talking about with Israel and Iran. This is they have nuclear weapons. I ended that with a series of phone calls on trade. I said, look, if you're going to go fighting each other, it was getting very bad. You know how bad that last attack was. It was really bad. If you're going to go fighting each other, we're not doing any trade deal. No, 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 you have to do a trade deal. I said, we're not doing any trade deal. And in fact, I had the general.
No, Gabriel.
Really was very impressive.
This is a eval account.
General from Pakistan was in my office.
This is my cash account.
Last week.
You know, I traded Asia and I didn't. Yeah, it didn't went well in Asia, so I only got 4,700.
And I got them to reason. I said, we're not doing a trade deal if you're going to fight. And if you're going to fight each
I got
other,
this
we're
eval.
not doing a trade deal. And you know what?
Working on it.
He said, no, I want to do the trade deal. We stopped the nuclear war. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jeff. Here's another beauty, Jeff. He's a beauty, all right. Go ahead.
Mr. President, to follow up on Ukraine, will the United States contribute any more money to Ukraine's defense this year to the $5 billion that allies are giving? And one question, you had another meeting with the Dutch opposition leader, Mr. Wilders. Can you tell us about that meeting? And are you upset about his anti-Muslim stance?
I'm not upset about it. It's just his view. He's unhappy with the way things are going in this country and various countries. He was an opposition leader, and I was asked to meet with the opposition leader by the people that are running. I think they have some deal where if you have a meeting, you're supposed to meet with an opposition leader. I said, that's strange. We don't do that. But I met with I didn't know him. He seemed like a very nice guy, but he's in opposition to the current people.
Jerome Powell still speaking, or was he already done?
So I assume when I met with the prime minister, you're supposed to meet with the opposition. We'll have to try that sometime in our country. Let's not do it. But I thought he was very good. As far as money going, we'll see what happens. There's a lot of spirit. Look, Vladimir Putin really has to end that war. People are dying at levels that people haven't seen before for a long time. Go ahead. Go ahead. White shirt. Oh, she's all excited.
Okay. So, BBC News Ukrainian. I would
Where are
like
you
to
from?
ask you, I'm from Ukraine.
Oh.
So my question to you is whether or not the U.S. is ready to sell anti-air missile systems Patriot to Ukraine. We know that Russia has been pounding Ukraine really heavily right now.
Are you living yourself now in Ukraine?
My husband is there.
Wow.
And
I can see you're very, it's amazing.
and me with the kids, I'm in Warsaw actually because he wanted me to be
Is your
there.
husband a soldier? No?
He's
He's there now?
Yeah,
Wow. That's rough stuff, right? That's tough. And you're living here?
in Warsaw.
And you're a reporter?
I am.
Good. So let me just tell you, they do want to have the missiles, okay, as they call them, the Patriots. And we're going to see if we can make some available, They're very supplying them to Israel.
There you go.
And they're very
yeah, I
effective.
couldn't find him too.
100% effective. Hard to believe how effective. And they do want that more than any other thing, as you probably know. That's a very good question. And I wish you a lot of luck. I mean, I can see it's very upsetting to you. So say hello to your husband, okay? Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. You were criticizing
Where are you from?
Bloomberg News.
Oh, Bloomberg.
You were
Wonderful.
you were criticizing the Federal Reserve Chair before coming to this summit.
Yeah, I think he's terrible.
I was wondering if you've begun interviewing different candidates for the Fed pick.
Yeah, I know within 3 or 4 people who are going to pick. I mean, he goes out pretty soon, fortunately, because I think he's terrible. We have no inflation. We have a tremendous economy. Hundreds of billions of dollars of tariff money.
Not when I'm
pouring in.
shorting.
Factories are being built because they don't want to pay the tariffs, so they're building them all over the country. I think we're close to $15 trillion. I told you 5.1 trillion from the Middle East alone, but of investment money coming in. There's never been anything like that in the history of our country.
You have to say that while I'm shorting.
And we have borrowing because Biden stupidly they did short.
All you have to say is like,
So we have
I'm about to fire
and we'll go 10 years,
Jerome
maybe
Powell.
longer, maybe shorter, but we'll go a long period of time when we do the debt. And because of him, because of this guy, we will have to pay for years. We'll be paying for him. And I said to him, listen, there's no inflation. He says, but maybe there'll be some. That's true. I said, if there is some, what you do is raise the rate. I'm okay with that. You raise the rate in 2 years from now or in a year from now. But because the rate's high, we have to pay more for debt. It's pretty equal. In other words, if it's 4%, it's 4%. If you drop it a point, you'll pay 3%. So it's fairly equal. Not necessarily, but fairly equal. So we're going to end up paying maybe 2 points or 3 points more. 3 points would be about $900 billion a year because of this very average mentally person. He's an average mentally person. I'd say low in terms of what he does. Low.
Wow.
Low IQ for what he does. Okay.
That's crazy.
Wait. So instead
That is
of
the
paying
most disrespectful thing to say
$900
about Jerome Powell.
billion, we don't want to pay $900.
Oh my god. This
just
guy
because he doesn't wanna lower
doesn't
the
care at
rate.
all.
I said, if there's inflation in 2 years or 3 years or 1 year from now, you raise the rate. You take care of the
Oh, my
inflation, among other things. But he's probably a very political guy, I guess. I don't know. I think he's a very stupid person.
Oh,
actually.
my God.
All right, one more. Let's go. How about
It's-
you? Go ahead.
Can't wait for
Sure,
Jerome
so
Powell
happy
to
and
comment with
Thank
this.
you.
why I
I'm
picked
from
her.
Spain too. I'm Ana Buc from La Vanguardia. I wanted to know if
That's
where
very
from?
funny.
Spain too. I wanted to know if you want to
That's the
negotiate.
Spain corner right there. Shouldn't have said
DOZ,
That's
what's
okay.
up?
I do like Spain, by the way. I think it's unfair that they're not paying, but go ahead.
Are you going to negotiate directly with Spain about?
I'm going to negotiate directly with Spain. I'm going to do it myself. They're going to pay. They'll pay more money this way. You should tell them to go back and pay. You're a reporter? Tell them to go back. They ought to join all of those countries that are paying 5%. Spain's going to be just about the only one that's not. They were the most hostile toward doing it. It just doesn't make sense to me. Okay. All right, Kelly, go ahead. Here we go. Here's another one.
Hello, sir. Thank you very
We
much.
got them all today.
Okay. So, Mr. President, you talked about expecting some on-the-ground
You blew your
assessments
eval?
at Fordo
Oh,
and
no.
other
Yeah.
sites.
Oh, here-
Is that
here again.
Israeli,
Did you start trading this morning
and
or
US?
Asia?
It's been obliterated, Kelly. It's been
What is your message then, sir, to the intelligence community when they present reports? You're not disputing the DIA report. You're just
They
that it
presented a
exists.
report that wasn't finished. We're talking about something that took place 3 days ago.
I understand that, sir.
The
It's an
report was
initial
done
assessment. So
2
what
days
is
ago.
your-
Wait a minute.
Yes.
They didn't see it. All they can do is take a guess.
Cigar.
Now, if you take a
Powell
look at
fucked
the
up his-
pictures, if you take a look how it's all blackened,
Hearing that,
the
I'll be
fire
upset
and
too.
brimstone
Like,
is all
what the
underground
fuck?
because it's
What did you
granite
just
and it's
say?
all underground. You don't show it. But even there, with all of that being said, the whole area for 75 yards around the hole where it hit is black with fire. The group that's run by this gentleman, in fact, you may want to talk about it for a second because we're going to issue a report. And I think it's not even a very exciting report at this point. It's been obliterated, totally obliterated. And they did a report.
The
but
moon, here we
it
go.
was like,
Let's
if you look
look
at
for
the
that
dates,
short.
it's just a
Yo,
few
yo,
days
yo, what's
after
up,
it
boy?
happened.
Sir.
So they didn't see it. They said it may be very severe. Go
Understood.
ahead.
Do you have a message for the intelligence community, though, in terms of unvarnished information getting to you, that it's not
I don't
just-
really have a message. I would say issue the report when you know what happened. I wouldn't say that it could be severe or maybe not. They use the word severe. It could be severe or maybe it's not.
And briefly,
So people like you picked up and said, "Oh, it's not severe."
We're just
no,
looking for
the
the-
You know,
report
it's-
was not a
He's
complete
always
report.
he's
Yeah, the
always
message was
talking.
probably
Boy,
wait till you
he's
know
always
the answer
tweeting,
before
so
you
And sir,
go ahead.
did you not have
You can't
a
really
public
avoid him
component
anymore.
to your Zelensky meeting for a tactical reason with President
Sam
Putin?
Boner.
Hello, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah. There's a reason the president calls out fake news for what it is. These pilots, these refuelers, these fighters, these air defenders, the skill and the courage it took to go into enemy territory flying 36 hours on behalf of the American people and the world to take out a nuclear program is beyond what anyone in this audience can fathom. And then the instinct of CNN, the instinct of the New York Times is to try to find a way
It's wild as
to
fuck,
spin
right?
it for their own political reasons to try to hurt President Trump.
I'm
or
right
our
now
country.
on
They don't care what the troops say. They don't care what the world
pro
thinks.
account.
They want to spin it to try to make him look bad based on a leak. Of course, we've all seen plenty of
So I'm
leakers.
gonna
And what do
I'm
leakers
gonna
do? They
work
have
on my
agendas.
pro account and
what
then
do they do?
my
Do they share the whole
eval account.
information,
Then I'll move
or
on to
just
my
the
live
part
account.
that they want to introduce. And when they introduce that preliminary, a preliminary report that's deemed to be a low assessment. You know what a low assessment means? Low confidence.
But I realized
in
that
the data
ES
in
much
that report.
easier
Why
to
is there
trade
low
than
confidence? Because all of the evidence of what
it's
was
the
just
same
bombed
thing. I'm
by
just
12,
testing this
30,000
ES.
pound bombs is buried under a mountain, devastated and obliterated. So if you want to make an assessment of what happened at Fordo, you better get a big shovel and go really deep, because Iran's nuclear program is obliterated. And somebody somewhere is trying to leak something to say, oh, with low confidence, we think maybe it's
Yeah,
moderate.
he's glazing
Those
it.
that drop the bombs precisely in the right place know exactly what happened when that exploded.
Pro.
And you know who else knows?
Yeah.
Iran.
So
That's why they
I
came
passed
to the
my
table right
eval
away,
and I
because
just
their
activated
nuclear
and I'm using it now.
capabilities have been set back beyond what they thought were possible because of the courage of a commander-in-chief who led our troops, despite what the fake news wants to say.
But you're not disputing the report said what
Interesting.
it said, even though it was initial.
Yeah, exactly.
The report said what it said, and it was fine. It was severe, they think, but they had no idea. They shouldn't have issued a report until they did, but we've gotten the information. I think Pete said it better than you can say it. And, you know, you should be proud, you, especially you, should be proud of those pilots, and you shouldn't be trying to demean them.
You gotta
Those
stop. You gotta
pilots
stop.
flew
You gotta stop
at
talking
great
right now.
risk, a big chance that they'd never come back home and see
Let's
their husbands or
Jerome
their
Powell
wives.
speak.
Let me just tell you,
I wanna
you
see
and
his
NBC fake news, which is one of the
reaction
worst,
from those
and
comments a while
CNN,
ago.
New York Times are all bad. They're
Yeah,
sick. There's
TPT.
something wrong with them. You know what? You should be praising those people instead of trying to find some. By getting me, by trying to go and get me, you're hurting those people. They were devastated. You know, I got a call from Missouri, great state, that I won 3 times by a lot. And I got a call that the pilots and the people on the plane were devastated because they were trying to minimize the attack. And they all said it was hit. But we don't think it was really maybe hit that badly. And they were devastated. They put their lives on the line, and then they have, and I'm not referring to you, but real scum come out and write reports that
And I'm not referring
are
to you.
as negative as they could possibly be. It should be the opposite. You should make them heroes and heroines. You should make them really people that they were so devastated when they heard this news. And you know what they said? One of them, I spoke to one of them, said, "Sir, we hit the site. It was perfect. It was dead on." because they don't understand fake news, because they have a normal life, except they have to fly very big, very fast planes. But it's a shame. You should be making them heroes. All right, in the back. Go ahead, back, white, yeah. White jacket, yeah. Go ahead, give my mic. Hello.
Deborah Haynes from Sky News. Mark Rutte, the NATO chief.
Dude, today, yesterday and today is
called
going to be
you
a boring
daddy
day
earlier.
of these two guys just
Do you
talking.
regard your NATO allies as kind of children?
No, he likes me.
He likes to talk, Stockboy. He likes to be center. He likes to talk. So
He did it very affectionate.
you gotta move on right
Do you
now.
regard your NATO allies, though, as kind of like children, and they're obviously listening to you and they're spending more, and you're obviously appreciative of that, but do you hope that actually they're going to be able to defend themselves, defend Europe on their own, without
I think they need help a little bit at the beginning, and I think they'll be able to, and I think they're going to remember this day. And this was a big day for NATO. You know, this was a very big day. They took it. One of the gentlemen said, you know what? We've been trying to raise money raise the rate for 30 years, he said, 20 years, from almost the beginning. And he's been there for a long time. He said, until you came along, it never happened. What you did is amazing. It's been sort of an amazing day for a lot of reasons, but also for that. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think they can do it without you, though, in the future? Can they do it without the
ask
United
Mark.
States?
I mean, you have to ask Mark, okay? So we're heading back. We're heading back. I want to thank these two gentlemen behind me. They're incredible people, both of them. They've done a fantastic job. And Susie's in the front, and she's done great. And
Connection
Monica,
lost.
thank you very much. It was quite an exciting time. And we're going to be heading back. We'll be back soon, and we'll see you in Washington, D.C. Remember this, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Stop, Phil.
Wow. Well, that was really entertaining. We got a lot of commentary there. At the same time, let's take a quick look at how the market's reacting, and then we can respond a bit here. This morning in the Alpha report, mind you, we talked about how Circle is now on the third downtrend day, and that it's, a risky momentum play. We also talked about Tesla potentially moving to 318, and so far, that's literally what's happening on both of these plays. Both of these plays are getting obliterated right now on short-term momentum. So watch that 318 level. We just bounced within $2 of that. We talked about these this morning in the Alpha report. So if you're not part of that yet, make sure you join meetkevin.com. You can use coupon code JPOW. And you can get, we've currently got the lifetime option up. So if you want to use the lifetime option, you can use that over at meetkevin.com. Pay once and you get lifetime access forever. Here, look at AMD as well. Almost perfect line-to-line movement. So if you want these lines, make sure you're part of it. We'll point out the ones that matter to you every morning before the market opens. But this is big because if AMD can break these two, you're heading towards the 160 range here. So really bullish on a technical basis for AMD. As far as the Qs, pretty stable here after Donald Trump's talk. And so even FedEx recovering a little bit from their nasty sort of warning. But let's touch base on a little bit of some more context around what Trump just said. Here is, look at this. Okay. So Trump and Hegseth just went double time on disputing the.
All right. Back to it. I think I couldn't find Jerome Powell's. Oh, he's speaking right now.
Independent. It's really been viewed as the gold standard across the
There
globe.
you go.
And frankly, the BLS data often is the guidepost that investors use regularly. BLS helps us get information about cost of living increases, policy making for you guys. It's used to adjust payments on the roughly $2 trillion in Treasury bonds. The truth is that the BLS data shouldn't be
What I'm looking for
degraded
right there.
on any basis yet.
Oh my goodness.
The administration is so dramatically, and I hope my Republican colleagues will hear on this, cut back the staffing at BLS that the BLS has had to significantly cut back on the collection of critical price and inflation data. Normally, BLS staff, when you don't have all the data collected, will estimate about 10% of the inputs into the CPI. Now, with these cutbacks, they've had to estimate close to 30% of the data. That means faultier data. How can we grapple with this, and what does the undermining and staffing shortages at a BLS mean in terms of your ability at the Fed to do your job?
You know, we can still do our job. I would not want anyone to think that the data have deteriorated to a point where it's difficult for us to understand the economy as well as we can understand it, which is not perfectly. But the direction of travel is concerning. You know, the U.S. has been a leader globally in investing in how to measure the output of a modern economy, which is something that we've led the world in for a long time. And it really helps not just policymakers, but also businesses. If we have accurate information about what's going on in the economy, you're making decisions based on that economy, not just the Fed, not just you, but private companies as well. So I think it's I think it's something we should continue to invest in. And I don't like to see any deterioration in the public data, which has been the gold standard. The BLS, Bureau of Labor Statistics, and others have really been the bedrock that people really do look to as solid data that tell us what's
and these
happening
people
in the economy.
who do collect this input, who do some of this analysis, they are experts. They are not fungible. You fired one and hire another. I mean, there's an expertise here that has been, I think, being undermined. And again, you just look at the fact that if you have to do your estimates, move it from about 10% estimate to a 30% estimate, that is not good for the markets. Let me move to one other topic in my last minute. Stress tests, really important. Those of us who are involved in Dodd-Frank, really important as we try to particularly think about the most significant banks. But there has been concern, I've shared some of this concern, that the stress test process was so opaque that while the regulators may...
I was too early with my short a
understand,
while ago.
sometimes the very banks being regulated didn't
I wanna
understand
try it
fully the
again.
criteria. I know you're taking a look at how we can bring more transparency to the process. When do you think we'll see that?
That's
and what kind of
annoying.
changes do you think we'll make?
I mean,
Well,
it's
later
really
this
off,
year,
right?
we've said that we're going to, you know, fully disclose the models, and you know, that's the main thing. If you're going to set, it's like the IRS. You know, if you're going to charge people taxes, you have to have the transparency about what that is. It's going to be the same as that. We're going to show how the
I know.
calculations are made.
Freaking annoying.
And we're working on all that right now. We're also going to, we have a proposal out to sort of smooth the results of the test from year to year.
That's
so this
annoying.
is something we're working
I
on.
want to get
hard
in again in
and
short.
expect to have important progress later this year when we begin to publish the models.
I'm anxious to see it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ricketts. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we were talking about tariffs a little bit earlier, the senator from Virginia talked about Australia. I will point out that Australia has, well, we bought
Order
about
filled.
$28 billion worth of Australian beef, and they've bought exactly zero of ours. So there's an opportunity to be able to improve that trade relationship. So that's one of the things I hope will come out of the trade negotiations.
You will acknowledge there is, though, a trade. We actually
shorting
We
again.
actually have a trade surplus with Australia. That is correct, but we'd like to sell more beef to them. So that's an opportunity. But one quick question on that, kind of just following up on Senator Kennedy's line of questioning. So if a tariff was put in place and the prices went up, wouldn't that be a one-time event, right? Because after that, it would be baked in. It's just a one-time thing.
That's so bad.
So it might well be, as I indicated in my opening remarks.
I'm
it
FOMOing
might
right
well
now.
be a one-time event, but that isn't a law of nature. You know, we would want to make sure of that. We were more sure of that back in 2018 because we'd had, 40 years of low inflation. Coming off of
That is a really bad entry.
global inflation
I gotta lie
episode
too.
where we haven't fully returned to 2%. It's something that's a question we will approach carefully.
But if the tariff is only put
Really
in
bad
once,
entry.
just maintains the flat rate there, then how could that be inflationary in the second year?
Well, because it could be a process of many years. I mean, that's a couple of things are. One is if it comes in quickly and it's over and done, then yes, very likely it's a one-time thing, like an oil shock, a one-time oil shock where the price comes back down, it goes through the system. It doesn't raise inflation, just raises prices once. But if you have a process that goes on multiple shocks for years, for example, or if the shocks are very large, that kind of thing. And I think, again, we have to be conscious of the current situation, which is people haven't seen 2% flat inflation for some years now, and it's different from what it was in 2018 when we had tariffs earlier, when we actually cut rates. So I'm not saying we're not reacting at all of this. It's a risk we feel like as the people who are supposed
You think it's gonna retrace down today? Yeah, we're overextended.
We need to manage that risk too.
So I was looking for a good pullback.
So if Senator Warner's comment that
When
tariff is a tax, would that imply
that is the good
then
question.
taxes
When
could be
that's
inflationary
going to
as well?
happen, we don't know.
So what's the difference between a tax and a tariff then? Or do you disagree
Not.
with Senator Warner's
It depends on
characterization that tariffs are
Jerome
not
Powell's
taxes?
the way he
I wouldn't
talks. I guess.
disagree with that, but it's not the language I use. Look, this is.
Yeah,
as I
I'm
say,
definitely leaning on
one time could
pullback
be the
right now.
base case, but in a situation like this where the process could go on for a long time, where the effects could be large or small, it's just something you want to approach carefully in a world where inflation is not back to 2%. And that's our job. If we make a mistake here, people will pay the cost for a long time. And so we're just approaching the question carefully. That's all we're doing. You know that, a majority of my committee has said that they do expect to cut rates between now and the end of the year in the remaining 4 meetings. So it's not that we're, taking a strong view that it will be inflation and not a one-time cost increase. It's just that we're going to take a careful approach to that very critical question.
Yeah. Well, let me switch gears on you a little bit. Communist China is our single greatest threat to America's national security and financial independence. Now more than ever, the U.S. must ensure security of our financial system against Communist China's malign influence. And in 2022, Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee released a report identifying efforts by Communist China operatives to infiltrate the Federal Reserve System. The report contained real-life examples of Communist China's attempts and tactics used to target Federal Reserve officials. In late January, a former senior advisor to the Federal Reserve was arrested on charges that he conspired to steal Federal Reserve trade secrets to benefit and advance Communist China's interests. This Wall Street Journal article from May 2025
A good
details the
3-bar
digital
setup here
information
for shorts.
transactions,
Let's see if it'll
the kind of
push
data
through.
and trade secrets
It
that
closes
this Federal Reserve
over,
employees
under
shared could allow Communist China
low
to
orb,
manipulate the
5
US
minutes.
market and gain advanced
Let's see if it'll
knowledge
push through, okay?
of changes to the federal funds rate. It could provide Communist China with an advantage when selling or buying U.S. bonds and securities. Chairman, has the Fed Reserve made any changes to strengthen its internal counterintelligence and security protocols since the development of these incidents?
So that's an incident, and I would say we take it very seriously. We have quite elaborate and serious and strict provisions around staff access to information, serious protections.
Come on, that's a very good
confidential
3-bar setup. Come on,
information. We have
push
background
through.
checks. We have annual training. We have many
Jesus
of those things. I don't know
Christ.
that we've made any fundamental changes, but we're certainly,
It's the A setup of
very sorry to
3-bar.
see something like this having taken place, and I mean, we're certainly looking at at the protections we have in place.
Great. Well, I have another question, and we'll just submit as a QFR, but I know the chairman said you've got a heart out, so I'll go ahead and yield back my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Van Hollen.
Push.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Chairman Powell. Good to see you. I want to start by acknowledging the continued uptake of the FedNow real payment system. I know I've raised the development and rollout of that system with you in many, many hearings over many years. We're now about 2 years after launch. I want to continue to work with you and your colleagues to encourage expanded adoption of the capability and capacity so that customers have real-time access to their money. So I just ask that we continue to work on that together. You agree?
I do.
I thought you might. Thank you. So I want to ask you about the student loan situation in the country. And you've talked about this in the past, and you've talked about how it can be a drag on the economy, especially when it gets to be very high in terms of balances that cannot be paid. According to the New York Fed, student loan balances grew by $16 billion to reach $1.63 trillion in the first quarter of this year. Data shows an uptick in the student loan delinquency rate overall, the age of delinquent borrowers, and the number of newly delinquent borrowers. The Department of Education meanwhile, restarted debt collection activities last month. And starting in July, nearly 2 million borrowers could see their wages being garnished. Meanwhile, here in the Senate, President Trump and Republican senators are working to pass this piece of legislation that would limit affordable loan repayment options and make it harder for borrowers to responsibly repay their debt and get back on a path toward financial health. So, Mr. Chairman, you said before in your testimonies that student loan debt can negatively impact borrowers' ability to fully participate in our economy, and that it can weigh down on the economy overall. Is that still your view?
Yes, it is.
And could you just share your assessment, just from a factual perspective, about how this problem seems to be growing at this point in time, and what would happen if we allow all of these borrowers to default?
So the point I was making, I try hard not to comment on things that aren't Fed policy, but I broke that rule in this case many years ago, and so I'll just say what I said then, which is, you can make all kinds of investments, and you can discharge if you can't pay back the loan, you can discharge it in bankruptcy. The one exception we make is student loans, and I ask whether that is wise national policy. People borrow to invest in their education. That we do not forgive. It seems like something for Congress to consider. That's all. It's none of the Fed's business, really. Ultimately, it's not a big macroeconomic thing. But I've said it before. I said it again.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your breaking your own rule before, and I appreciate your
I won't do it again.
now. I could not agree with you more about the anomaly in the ability to discharge a debt in bankruptcy. The idea that student loan sort of is the one category of debt that we don't allow to be discharged is confounding. I think, unfortunately, so far, it's been a sign of the power of some of the companies involved in that area. And I just came from another committee where I'm the ranking member, so I apologize if you already talked about the tariff
Future,
situation.
no, nothing.
But
It's
I know
that was
this
the
was
same
obviously
thing
a
anyways,
factor
ES and
that you all had to
NQ.
consider in making
Just want
decisions about
I just want to try it out.
changes in the interest rates. Obviously, there's
It's
a lot
actually
of uncertainty.
volume is a lot
I mean, we
more
hear it every day
thicker
from
on ES. Put it that
Marylanders. We
way.
have the Port of Baltimore. We have lots of small businesses that rely on tariffs. You're an economist. You
As
know
a
that
smoother
increasing tariffs is like
price action
increasing
move.
taxes across the board. But can you just speak to the uncertainty component of all of this and how that is weighing on people's decisions?
So surveys show very widely that people feel uncertain about the economy, and they do point to tariffs in that answer. I will say, though, that actually peaked back in April and has come down
Conservative
a little bit. If you
GF,
talk to businesses,
exactly.
I
Put it
talked to
that
an
way.
unusually large number of
That's a good
business
way to
people
put
in
it.
the last couple of months, and the feeling is a little better now than it was. They're getting on with it and feeling, I'd say surveys are still showing depressed sentiment, but it's moved up from where it was.
I would say, Mr. Chairman, that may be the case at this moment, but we all know that we could wake up any morning and see another tweet, and that could change dramatically. So I appreciate your efforts to try to do what you can to meet your dual objectives at the Fed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Senator Lummis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Order
and
filled.
Thanks, Chairman Powell, for being here today. As you know, what always vexes me and has for the last 4.5 years about the Federal Reserve is the bank supervision function as opposed to the monetary
Just trying to scalp
policy
my guys.
function.
So
So I'm going to focus on bank supervision. First of all, I do want to thank you and Vice Chair Mickey Bowman for ensuring reputation risk has been removed from the bank supervision process. It was very arbitrarily used by those who were supervising. On January 27th, 2023, I'd call it the high watermark for Operation Choke Point 2.0. the Federal Reserve Board, in coordination with President Biden's White House, executed a coordinated attack to isolate the digital asset industry from the banking system. And while the Fed has taken steps to adopt a more balanced approach to digital assets, which I appreciate, the legacy of January 27th, 2023 remains with us today. So I'd like you to look at this quote. It
Got an order block
says,
here.
issuing tokens on open, public, and/or decentralized networks or similar systems is highly likely to be
I'm gonna
inconsistent
use
with
the bounce
safe
play
and
on the order
sound
block.
banking practices. So my first
gonna be
question
in and
is,
out.
do you recognize this quote?
Yes, not super clearly, but yes, I do.
Because it's from the Federal Reserve
Order
Board's
filled.
policy statement on Section 913 of the Federal Reserve Act, which was formally adopted by the board on January 27th, 23. So now, Chairman Powell, I want to show you another statement, and I'm sorry if you can't see it clearly, I'll read it to you. It's from the Genius Act, which just passed the Senate by a vote of 68 to 30 last week. And it takes the opposite position to the board's policy statement on issuing
Come on.
stable coins
Push higher.
on an open, public, distributed ledger. So my question is, what has changed about the
Push
risk
higher.
of stable coins since the board adopted its policy in 2023? And now that the Congress has weighed in, at least the Senate has weighed in and sent the Genius Act to the House,
Push
does
higher.
the board plan to withdraw the policy statement on Section 913?
So I think what has changed is, if you go back, that's a couple years ago, that was the period of high-profile failures and fraud and that kind of thing. And what's happened is, I think, the industry is maturing, our
Order
understanding
filled.
of it is improving.
All right.
And in a sense, it's becoming much more mainstream. So all of us are revisiting, the things that were done
Moon
during
Moon,
that era.
$4,000. Good stuff.
And I think the current view is
I just took that bounce,
that it's appropriate
the
it's
bounce
always
play
been
that
appropriate
we've
for
been
banks to
using.
choose their
So
customers
we
and to be
got
able to
this
take
order block right here.
activities as
Now
long
it's
as
just
they're
going
safe and
lower.
sound.
So
In
I
terms
just
of-
took some
I think I have to get back
couple
to you on
$100
913.
here,
I think
but
it's
I'm still leaning in
it's a
short.
broader thing that has nothing to do with crypto, but that was a piece of it. We are
Look at that short right
looking
there.
at and withdrawing many of our pieces of crypto guidance from that era, though, as you know.
And I appreciate that. I
Another
hope that
order
by
blocks right here.
withdrawing,
This order block is dud.
the guidance, that you're also instructing and admonishing your bank's supervisors to, when there are efforts to regulate banks that provide too much discretion to bank regulators to pick winners and losers from among the customer lists, the loan portfolios of banks. It's antithetical to the American system of banking. And I do think that there was that kind of discretion unleashed on banks.
Just another bounce here. I'm gonna go get it.
Had
Okay.
a negative impact, a real chilling impact on banks as they selected and banked certain industries and then debanked other industries and other people during the last 4 years. So taking the guidance documents and policy statements out is important, but also guiding the people that there are changes now and that they can no longer use their own subjective biases towards DEI and ESG and other things in supervising
Order
the
filled.
banks is also a critical component of bank
I'm
regulation.
using a bounce play here from the order block
I agree
and
completely.
fair value
And
gap.
as you know, Vice Chair Bowman is actually a former bank
I mean, order
supervisor,
block, sorry.
So she's very well placed to make that happen.
And I realize that she as vice chair is more directly involved in bank supervision. I hope that you will use your role to punctuate the importance of those changes within
Might be too
the
early for this
bank
bounce.
supervision function at
Bounce
the
play.
Fed.
We're going to have to move on.
Thank you.
I'm assuming your answer is yes. Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Chair Powell, and welcome to the committee. So Chair Powell, a few months ago, you issued a warning about the trajectory of our national debt. Speaking at a New York Times event, you said the U.S. federal budget
on,
is
claim
on an
that
unsustainable.
last order
U.S. federal
and
budget
bounce.
is on an unsustainable path. The debt is not only at an unsustainable level, but the path is unsustainable, and we know that we have to change that. Would you still agree that that is true?
Yes, that's the one thing that I would always say, and that my predecessors have said, and that's the kind of the only thing we say about fiscal policy.
Exactly. And I would agree with that. At a time when Americans are struggling to figure out how to
on,
afford their
claim it.
lives and have low confidence in
Bounce.
the economy, to add to the deficit now, as the big beautiful bill does, just strikes me as unsustainable. Now,
It's
I'm not
failing.
asking you to moderate between Republican and Democratic policy differences on the big beautiful bill, but would you agree that the big beautiful bill adds to the deficit based on the data that you've seen?
I'm just not going to comment on the reconciliation.
Okay. Well, I will just point out to my colleagues that the CBO says that it adds to the deficit. The Joint Committee on Taxation says that it adds to the deficit. The Yale
Quite
Budget
too early
Lab
with this,
says that it adds to the deficit.
bounce
The Committee
play.
for a Responsible Federal Budget says that it adds to the deficit. The Penn-Wharton budget model says that it adds to
Yeah,
the
it
deficit.
didn't happen.
And even some of my Republican colleagues, Senator
Jesus.
Johnson, Senator Paul, say that it adds to the budget.
Yep,
And
that was a mistake.
as Senator Johnson says, it's wrong and immoral. So I appreciate that you won't comment on any of this, but let me just ask you an economic question. Can you talk a bit about what impact a rising deficit has on our goal of lowering costs for Americans, especially in the Trump tariff environment that we are in right now?
I'm sorry.
What impact does a rising deficit have on our goal of lowering costs for Americans, particularly when we are in this Trump tariff environment, the unpredictability of that?
So I think it's likely that when markets are pricing longer-term Treasury securities, there's something baked into that in the market's thinking about interest rates. What should be the appropriate interest rate? But it's hard to unpack that with any precision. But
These are factors that have lots of interplay between one another.
yes.
Yes. And Chair Powell, could you just comment briefly about the potential risks of stagflation, where we have slower growth and higher inflation? I know this is something that the Fed guards against, and could you just comment a bit on the risks of that and what it means for regular Americans trying to afford their lives?
So we're not seeing that now.
Yep.
It isn't really the base case that that's what we're going to see. But of course, that's a very difficult thing because, a stagnant economy wants more stimulus, but an economy with more inflation wants less stimulus. So
Right.
it puts the central bank in a hard place. We've warned of it, but it's honestly not something that we're facing or that we expect to face. But it's something we're monitoring is what's happening.
Thank you. I want to follow up on a question I asked you the last time you were before the committee. I asked about the impact of severe weather events, otherwise known as climate change, on home insurance costs. And you testified that, I think you said, if you fast forward over 10 or 15 years, there are going to be regions of the country where you can't get a mortgage because of the impact of the challenges of insurance companies just not being able to provide that. Since February, when I asked you that question, home insurance rates have continued to climb. A recent analysis about climate risk from First Street found that financial burdens from severe weather are driving up household costs and triggering increased mortgage defaults. Now, it's at about 8% now, but they project that by 2035, 30% of all foreclosure losses would be related to climate impacts, which is pretty stunning. Now, I realize this is a complicated issue because insurance is regulated primarily at the state level, though there are exceptions. Flood insurance and terrorism insurance are exceptions. But I wonder if you would comment on this. I'm thinking a lot about what impact this has on housing costs, which is a big component of inflation, and a place where housing costs are rising higher than the general inflation rate right now.
Many things are driving up housing costs. It's
Yes,
not,
that's
it's not,
true.
It's of course mortgage rates, but it's also zoning costs and things like this for properties that are near the water. Particularly, for example, we spend some time down in Florida. Property insurance just gets more and more and more expensive, and to the point where it also almost makes sense to self-insure, and that's because of just big losses. Companies are just putting that in their models, and they're charging what they need to to charge to make a return. And if they can't get that, then they'll leave that state. So that seems to be what's happening.
I know I'm out of time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
You're always polite. So,
Minnesota
favorite way
That
to
failed.
say this. Thank you,
That's why
ma'am.
they call me the Velvet Hammer, sir.
I didn't say that you weren't harsh as well. You're just nice when you do it. Like just right now. See, Senator Moreno remind me not to give Tina a compliment in the middle of the back.
Chairman Powell, just want to make certain I understand this correctly. Control inflation and maximize employment. That's it. Two things, correct?
Yes.
So let's take one at a time. Maximize employment. Do you care
Everyone
if
hosts
every
the market.
American makes minimum
What do you mean,
wage
Paul?
or makes a livable wage? Is that something that factors into your thought process? In other words, we have full employment, but most Americans are on substandard wages. Does that change your calculus?
Does it change my what?
Calculus. Does it?
Still
you
waiting
can't-
for
in
the
other words,
bounce
is
on
it
this thing.
full
You got
employment is full
multiple
employment?
rejections.
Every
I got
American
in
has
too
a
early
job,
again.
but they're making minimum
Timing's
wage.
off today, but
versus having a family.
let's see if you're gonna
sustaining wage.
push
Does that
higher
matter to the Federal Reserve?
with this rejections.
It would matter to the country a lot.
I'm saying, does it matter to the Federal Reserve when you're making your decision?
Honestly, we don't really have the tools to affect that.
Right. So it doesn't factor in. Now that's different than us. The people of this country elect us to make certain that their wages are higher than inflation. And by the way, let the records show that real wages are up this year. So we've done that, not the Federal Reserve. Second piece of it is, let's talk about inflation first.
Well, we've helped control inflation, which
Well,
is part of that.
we're going to jump right into the inflation conversation. There's different kinds of inflation. There's different causes. There's not witnesses to inflation.
Connection
There's key
lost.
actors to inflation. Would you agree?
The fuck?
Sure.
Okay. So let's talk about the actors. Did you comment during COVID lockdowns that was a bad idea, meaning that you're shutting down the entire economy? It's not a button. I hit the button, you can hear me. It's on and off. COVID wasn't that. We just shut down the economy. Any comments on that?
Of course not.
Okay, so you didn't comment on that. Vaccine mandates, something that my Democrat colleagues loved. If you don't get the vaccine, you're a terrible human being. You can't go to work. In fact, Joe Biden was overruled by the Supreme Court because he said that if you work in a company with more than 100 employees and you don't get vaccinated, the company has the ability to fire you, unless you prove that you're negative on COVID. That obviously is a supply chain shock, wouldn't you agree? If I'm running an assembly line and now I have to put my people 6 feet apart and now I have people quitting or not.
Why are
coming
we
to
still
work or I have
talking
to
about
fire them,
COVID
that's
right
a
now? What the
supply
hell is
chain
going
shock,
on?
Wouldn't you agree?
I mean, it's a medical thing that you.
No, but it's a supply chain shock.
George
I'm
Washington.
not asking you to make a medical decision. I'm asking you to make a Fed decision on inflation.
Way outside anything we would comment.
But it affects inflation because supply.
It didn't. In fact.
Are you saying that supply
Didn't.
chain shocks don't affect inflation?
They do, but that
Okay, they
one
do.
didn't.
So that's clearly one. If you ban the export of liquid natural gas, which is going to cause the commodity price to go up,
There's
would
the
that-
pullback I'm waiting
the,
for.
supply shock not also cause inflation?
Potentially could.
Yeah. So, and now the ranking member loves to talk about billionaire
push higher.
corporations, that are going to get away with paying taxes, right? Who pays corporate taxes? Like, who pays it? Is it like some obscure Wizard of Oz character behind the curtain that is a corporate entity that pays taxes? Who pays taxes?
I mean, ultimately, it's shareholders and customers.
So it'd be, I'm going to read you a line. You tell me this is accurate. On taxes, it's not possible to know in advance precisely how the costs will be shared. for
It's
taxes.
red folder.
I added
Correct.
that.
And
But
they're
it is
talking
highly
nonsense
likely
again.
that consumers will
It's
pay
just
a meaningful
annoying.
share. Meaning, if the ranking member has her way, let's just tax corporations at 100%. Why not? Be fantastic, right? Oh, nobody would want to start a company, but that aside, that cost would be added to consumer products, correct?
A tax or a tariff? What are you talking about now?
If the income tax for American corporations goes up, they will share that tax burden with their consumers. True or false?
Yeah, ultimately.
Yeah. So then taxes do raise inflation, but you don't comment on.
I mean, they haven't.
And
though.
you don't.
It's
but
that's
you
just
don't.
not true. I mean,
got
empirically, it's not true.
The chairman's going to beat me up in 56 seconds. So, but you sent me a very nice letter, which I appreciate. And it says the Federal Reserve plays no role in commenting on trade policy. So you don't comment on supply shocks. You don't comment on tax policy, which clearly affects inflation. You don't comment on demand pull. You just said now that we should forgive student debt. Why is a person that goes to Harvard, that gets a gender studies major, pays Harvard obscene amounts of money because professors are grossly overpaid there? Is that person better than a working class Ohioan that is a plumber but can't afford a car because interest rates are too high and car prices have gone up? Why is that person? Why don't we forgive that person's car loan instead of forgiving their student loan? But you don't comment on that. You comment on tariffs. So I'm going to just show you.
I don't comment on tariffs at all. Actually, I comment on
only
inflation.
commented on tariffs. You've
I'm
only
not commenting on the
tariffs.
wisdom of tariffs.
Look, the chairman's over there in the conversations. I'm going to show you a chart here. This is car prices.
I'm paying attention, however.
This is car prices since this year. Car prices are down. Car prices are down. Inflation in America is down. We got elected by millions of voters. You got elected by one person. He doesn't want you to be in that job. And you are costing this government $400 billion a year by refusing to lower interest rates. Nobody in this chamber has that kind of power to have a $400 billion impact on this economy, on our deficit. And I just think that you should consider whether you're really looking at this from a fiscal lens or a political lens, because you just don't like tariffs.
Senator Warnock is next. Thank you, Chair Scott. Thank you, Chair Scott, and thank you, Chair Powell. Good to see you. The United States national debt currently exceeds $36 trillion. Last year, we paid nearly $1 trillion in interest on the debt alone, more than the federal government spent on educating and feeding our children. Chair Powell, how does the Fed consider rising national debt levels during discussions about adjusting interest rates?
We really don't. We take fiscal policy as completely exogenous, and we look at the data that's coming in, but we don't, we're never going to take into account budget deficits and things like that.
Well, here is my concern. Maybe Congress should be thinking about it. The world is losing faith in America's ability to repay our debt. We have seen a sell-off in the bond market. The United States dollar has lost more than 10% of its value against the euro and pound, and is down against nearly every single major currency in the world. Back in May, Moody's downgraded the U.S. government's credit rating because of growing debt and sinking confidence in lawmakers' willingness to address this issue. Historically, high debt pushes up interest rates, slowing economic growth and setting up a dangerous debt cycle where both interest rates and debt continue to rise. Chair Powell,
Yeah,
how
this
does
price
the
action
size and
sucks
the
right now.
trajectory of the national debt affect the Federal Reserve's ability to manage inflation in good economic times and spur investment and hiring in slower economic times?
I'm happy to say that today, those things do not affect our ability to do our job. The concern really is that if we don't do something, then there will come a time at which it will be a problem, not for us, but for the country. But that, at this time, it does not interfere in any way with our ability to do
That is a realistic concern in the future, given the rate of increasing debt. And it's something I'm concerned about, and maybe because it's in the future, maybe that's why, folks who have power.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that bounce.
Aren't as concerned about it as
what you call this
perhaps
one?
the Congress should be. I'm
Order
concerned
block
about it as a
and the bounce play order block
a
didn't
6-year-old and an 8-year-old.
didn't have
I'm
enough
concerned that
bounce
my
power.
Republican colleagues
Now
are
I'm
planning
stuck
to
here.
ram forward a bill
Oh.
that, according to the Congressional Budget Office, will increase the deficit by $4.2 trillion.
Now I'm stuck.
So I want us to think about that. We're taking food out
How
of the
about to blow
mouths of
this
hungry
account
children.
too?
This
Which
bill
is
could
okay.
cut as many as 16 million Americans off of health care. When we think about Medicaid, 71% of the Medicaid recipients in Georgia are children. So we're taking their health care, and then we're saying to these children that you'll have to deal with these trillions of dollars in debt one day. $4.2 trillion increase. Senate Republicans are trying to use a budget gimmick to claim the bill only costs a fraction of that by simply not counting things they don't want to count. If they don't like the math, they just change the formula. But the markets and those investing in our country don't care about these budget tricks. And I don't think it will help my 6-year-old and my 8-year-old when the bill comes due on this. They know the truth, and they will react based on the truth. The big ugly bill will put the United States on a disastrous fiscal path, and it will be catastrophic for our economy. Even worse, the big ugly bill
Wait, it's pro.
is cutting
It's
people
pro
off
account.
of their health care, and for what purpose? To give tax cuts to the wealthiest. So this is an interesting moment for me, for someone who didn't know I'd end up in politics, who just paid attention to politics over the years. They're getting ready to create a whole lot of pain for a lot of people. And the question is, for what purpose? To give billionaires a tax cut. I think we ought to work together to prioritize extending tax cuts for the working class. We shouldn't be cutting their health care. We ought to save the country trillions of dollars by not giving more tax breaks to the richest Americans. And if we try to work together, we can save our economy from this disaster and still protect working families from a tax hike. I believe in tax cuts. I think working class Americans ought to give them, ought to receive them. And we ought not be burdening
Looks like Sarah got
our
bored,
children
huh?
with all of this debt. With that,
Come on, push
I
higher.
yield, and the chairman should take note that the Baptist preacher is done with 3 seconds left.
And the people said amen. Okay. Senator Haggerty.
Thank you, Chairman Scott
Let's
and
bump
Ranking
it.
Member Warren for
Let's bump it.
holding this meeting. And Chairman Powell, it's good to see you here again. Chairman Powell, I want to talk with you about inflationary and deflationary trends in our economy and how they impact your thinking. I understand, based on your testimony and recent statements, that you're acutely sensitive to the inflationary risks of our administration's trade policy. And though I note that it's not the Fed's responsibility to attempt to steer or to directly offset that policy in any way, I look at that. I look at your perspective, but I also look at many of the other developments in our country that I think present the opposite risk, which is a disinflation risk. And let me dig into this a bit. We're witnessing artificial intelligence adoption at breakneck speed. That's going to bring about productivity gains in nearly every aspect of our economy. We're about to pass a tax bill. That tax bill is going to encourage capital expenditures and long overdue upgrades to our manufacturing capacity, again, increasing productivity. And if you think about the concerted effort that's being undertaken by our federal
Connection
government right
lost.
now to reduce waste and bloated, unproductive government payrolls, all of these point to disinflationary productivity gains. So given the competing sources of
I swear,
uncertainty
that thing keeps
we're talking
happening to
about,
me.
it feels to me like the Fed's far more focused on tariffs and the inflationary impact of tariffs than on the deflationary impact of the points I just mentioned. So
Been waiting for
if
this
you-
pump. Let's go pump.
If uncertainty around tariffs is the primary reason that impacts your thoughts, I mean, how do you counter? How do you bring into account these disinflationary trends that I've just mentioned?
So we do look at the overall picture, and that's actually what's been happening is services inflation's been coming down, and that's been covering what we see so far, small increases in goods inflation. I would also mention a factor that you didn't mention on your list, which is regulation.
That 3-bar on
which is an
NQ
area
is
which
looking
could
good. Actually, in
also
5
be
minutes.
over time disinflationary. So
A good
we,
setup.
We get that. I mean,
Thank you.
I try to say that
Connection
it's the broad
lost.
sweep of
What the fuck is
policies
that?
and the
What
broader
keeps- that
economy
thing
that
keeps
matters
happening
for
to me.
inflation. I get asked about tariffs a lot, and that's the one where all forecasters are expecting, a significant increase between now and the end of this year. We don't know how big it's going to be. We don't know when it's going to come, but it's just something that we're we're waiting to see more information on so we can make a better decision on interest rates. That's all it is.
Well, I hear the discussion about not knowing the magnitude and the timing of the trade talks and the resulting tariffs that will ensue. It does seem to me that there's a bias toward viewing this as more
Connection
inflationary
lost.
than deflationary. Now, I'd like to ask you this. If Ambassador Greer is successful at bringing the trade deals together soon,
And what's happening?
and
It keeps happening. to me.
alleviating that uncertainty, what would that do to your perspective on rates? Would that put you in a position to think more aggressively about lowering rates?
Yes, potentially it would. I mean, really, it's reducing uncertainty would help, and also just what's going to be the final tariff rate and getting that settled. And I think that's the path we're on. You know,
I think that's welcome news. I think the markets will welcome that as well, because I do believe that we're on the path.
Connection lost.
Oh my God.
Of having some significant resolution in trade uncertainty. We've
What
lived in
is
an
going
unbalanced
on?
world for years, with the United States has had the lowest tariff barriers in the world, and other nations have taken
Connection
advantage of
loss
that.
goes down.
Jameson Greer and this team, Scott Besson and his team, the president.
I'm on
everyone is
150.
making a concerted effort to fix this, so I'm looking forward to that. The one other area I wanted to touch on, because it's touching close to home, and that is legislation that this committee has just passed out and that we've just passed in the Senate. That's to do with the Genius Act. We just passed it last week, and it provides an urgently needed regulatory framework for payment stablecoins, and it requires that they're backed
Connection lost.
by cash.
Oh goodness, this is scaring me right now. What the
Over the last 5 years, the total value of outstanding stablecoins has increased from approximately $4 billion to over $2 billion today.
Oh
One
my
market
God.
participant has predicted that if a framework like the Genius Act is adopted, total issuance of dollar-pegged stablecoins could reach nearly $4 trillion by the end
That
of the
connection
decade.
loss is annoying.
So I wanted to get your perspective again, Mr. Chairman, of what impact would this new source of demand for
Camo.
bills have on the yield curve?
How are you?
And in particular, what impact would it have on short-term rates?
No, I
so
don't have
more
internet
demand is gonna
problems. I'm
have a tendency
hardwired.
to
I'm
drive down
hardwired.
rates.
It's
I
just
don't
this
really have
the
a sense of how
platform.
big that
For some
effect
reason,
would
it
be,
keeps
of course, and
reconnecting.
let me just say that it's a great thing that we're making progress toward a stablecoin framework.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I couldn't agree with you more. The direction clearly is that it's going to drive rates down. I think it's very positive.
Yeah,
for
you
the
have to go to
economy, positive for
dashboard,
our
then you
cost of
dashboard.
borrowing as a nation. And I appreciate your response there, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. For the
Yes,
time.
sir.
Good Lord.
Senator Cortez Masto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, it's good to see you. Thank you
That's
for being
annoying.
here. I want to follow up on a question from
How
Senator
about
Warner about data
looking good, looking good?
deterioration.
I'm
concerned
creating
about that
my
as well. That
TPT right now
Trump
before I trade
administration
my
in Washington
cash
has
account.
ended dozens of
Connection
research
lost.
studies that business and government leaders
What is
rely
going on here now?
So my question to you, are there specific research projects that the Bureau of Labor Statistics provided that they no longer do provide, that the Federal Reserve researchers cannot replicate on their own or through other sources? And
I'm not aware of any.
Okay.
That doesn't mean they don't exist, but mainly it's the regular data they supply. And as you know, they've cut back on the size of that survey.
Right. So I would hope as we move
Connection
forward,
lost.
and
What
not
the
just in
fuck?
today's hearing, but if there is some other data, or you're relying on data that you're not getting, or there's now another source for that data, I would please share that with the committee. Thank you.
Yes.
During the Biden administration, the Federal Housing Finance Agency and the Federal Reserve worked together to improve access to the discount window for banks. What is the status of that collaboration with the FHFA?
I can't speak to the FHFA. I can speak to the fact that we're really looking carefully at modernizing the discount window and making.
But we're
the
not there yet?
investments. No, it's going to be this is a project that will take some time. It's the discount window needs to be updated and refreshed from a technological standpoint so that people can access it readily and that kind of thing. It's still
That's
a little
annoying.
bit behind the
Connection lost.
Whatever,
in that
dude.
respect.
Do you have a time frame that you're looking at to,
I'll get back to you. It's
Okay.
something we've been working on.
or is there a
hard.
funding impediment that is also
No.
addressing this?
No,
So, okay, if you could.
We're moving
provide-
ahead with it. I'll come back to
Okay,
you on that.
thank you. In March, the Federal Reserve, together with the FDIC and OCC, announced that you all intend to repeal the 2023 Community Reinvestment Rule, Reinvestment Act proposed rule. I prefer the proposed rule, as it would better address the needs of states like Nevada that don't have headquarters of large banks. How will you ensure that the new CRA guidance improves access to financial services, to loans, to investments.
What the
in
fuck just happened?
underserved Rural and tribal communities.
So I think in March we announced that
Connection lost.
we're putting out for comment really a proposal to withdraw the proposed guidance, which
Okay.
had been the subject of litigation.
What?
And in the meantime, we're going back to the old CRA
The
rules, and
fuck?
I think that's where we will be. I don't have anything more in terms of what we
the
might
fuck is this?
change with respect to those old rules, but that's where
So
we
the
are.
default are the old rules,
Yes.
and those may be.
CRA as it existed before
ongoing.
this
Yeah.
proposal.
Wait, is
which
this
actually
real
never
or
took
is this
effect.
from my internet?
Okay,
What the fuck?
That's helpful. Community banks benefited from high deposits during the pandemic.
Wait, is this real down or
Since,
this is my internet?
then, the net interest margin for community banks has fallen. What specific challenges do you see for community banks, if any?
Community banks,
What the?
are very important. We want a
What
banking
the
system that has
fuck?
all different sizes and shapes of banks, and community banks are absolutely critical. They know what's going on in communities and in a way that
The real dumb?
that the big banks can't
Connection
possibly.
lost.
So they're a critical part of our infrastructure, and I think
The
they've
fuck
been
is wrong
under
now?
pressure because
Dude, I have
frankly,
like
regulatory costs have gone,
800
fixed costs of
fast
regulation have
speed.
gone up. We try
There's no
not to
freaking way
contribute
this
to
is
that.
my Ninja.
The number of banks has been going down pretty steadily, and that's not something we're trying to foster, but it's a sort of long-run trend of really the last 30 years.
It didn't even hit my stop
So
loss.
we try
Look,
not to add to what is a secular
I'm assuming
trend,
it's
because we think they're important.
Thank you.
What the
Thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Stop filled.
Chairwoman, I yield my time.
Who's up next? Senator Britt.
the fuck.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. Chair Powell, thank you for being here with us today. I want to start
fuck was
just by
that?
echoing the comments of Senator Cortez Masto when it comes to community banks. Obviously, believe that community banks and credit unions, financial institutions that serve everyday
Connection
Americans
lost.
and main streets
Fuck
across
that.
the great state of Alabama and our country are so critically important to people being able to actually achieve the American dream. And want to make sure, I know we've talked about this the last few times that you've been in front of us. We've talked about the rewrite of Basel III. We've talked about long-term debt. We've talked about Reg II. We talked about a ton of things and talked about my concern that no one was looking at the cumulative impact of those things and the trickle-down effect. I just want to get a commitment from you that as you are reviewing rulemaking across the board, that you will consider and make sure to make the perspective of the
Connection
smallest
lost.
US banks and non-financial industries.
I keep
like the
getting
ag
this. I don't know why.
sector did not
I'm.
maybe have a seat
I
at the
check my
table
internet. I'm
in previous
hardwired. I
administrations,
don't know
but
why
give
it
them a
keeps
seat
doing
at
it.
the table and make sure that you're thinking about the impact on those individuals and the people they serve.
I'm happy to make that commitment.
Thank you so much, Chair Powell. I also want to talk to you about an issue that has been brought up briefly today by another colleague of mine, but that is about childcare. So when we look at the childcare crisis in this country, we know that our economy loses about $122 billion a year because of affordability and accessibility, reliability, if you will, of childcare. It is said that anyone who has a child between the ages 0 and 5 actually spends 22% of their income on childcare. We have done the studies and looked at the numbers, and 59% of stay-at-home and or part-time working parents say that they would like to re-enter the workforce, but that affordability or accessibility is an impediment to do that. As we are looking to build back America, as we are looking to create opportunity and bring those things into fruition, would you agree that taking a look and being able to address, not asking you to comment on any specific proposal, but addressing some of the shortfalls related to accessibility and affordability of childcare would have a positive long-term impact on the economy?
So I think there's quite a bit of research showing exactly that, and we really saw it during the pandemic, as I think you know and pointed out. It's not a role.
Dude.
It's not an issue that we play a role on.
Dude,
but
it took down my
clearly,
stop loss and
it
just
would contribute-
bounced higher. What the
childcare
fuck?
would contribute to.
I didn't even realize
to,
that.
Participation in the labor
I didn't
force
even
by
believe
many.
in this drop right
Absolutely. As
here
Alabama
because
looks,
of
we
my
look at our labor participation
my
rate.
connections.
It is 5 points lower than the national average. We continue to look to ways to get people re-engaged in the workforce and know that addressing this head-on will help us be able to achieve that. So thank you so much, Chair Powell.
Connection
I look
lost.
forward to continuing to work to get that done. So there has been some angst vocalized about the reconciliation bill and the president's trade policies. And from my perspective, much of that skepticism is both unfair and premature.
Yeah, it's my Ninja Trader
Market
for some reason. I don't know what's
resiliency,
happening
and
right
recent
now.
economic data actually continues to reflect confidence in the U.S. economy. Look at the recent Treasury auction, which was notably successful and saw stronger than expected demands for 30-year bonds and stable, even slightly declining yields. To me, this
Connection
demonstrates
lost.
that investors still view the U.S. debt as an attractive asset, regardless of the ongoing policy discussions and debates and forging a pathway forward. And those fundamentals of the economy, actually remain quite strong. Chair Powell, would you agree that the components of our economy actually remain quite strong? And how does the Fed consider this type of strong auction performance in the context of your market expectations and monetary policy discussions?
So, as you point out, the Treasury market is working fine just now. Liquidity is adequate, and bond prices are responding to economic events, and so bond market's in good shape. In terms of the strength of the economy, I would strongly agree. The labor market's in a solid place. The economy's growing.
What was that? What was that play? What was that play? Why?
So
It took down my stop loss, and now it just.
We are watching the
my
labor market
God.
very closely, as we always do. And a couple of things
So
in
annoying.
particular. One is just a very low hiring rate, which goes with a low layoff rate. But if we were to start to see layoffs,
What
we
was
would
that
see
stupid
unemployment go up
play?
quickly. And so we're watching that carefully. But we really, the labor market has remained solid, and I would agree with your overall characterization.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here today.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator Kim.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Thank you for coming before us today. You've often said in the past that when it comes to monetary policy that it works with a lag, right? That this is something that you're having to try to assess the data that's before you.
Right.
I'm thinking about this because we have the Federal Open Market Committee, FOMC 5-year review, and you were talking about tariffs and the uncertainty of this moment. So I guess I just wanted to ask you, how do you balance sort of assessing between more of the backwards-looking data that you're able to look at more tangibly in that way, but also
All right, I'm
addressing
on
sort
my
of
cash account
forward-looking
now.
models to try to understand where things are heading?
That's really the challenge that all forecasters have. And really monetary policy needs to be forward-looking. At the same time, we need to be humble about our
We got overextended price
how
action
hard
right
it is
now.
to forecast. So
We
particularly at
filled
times
that
of
gap.
high
We
uncertainty,
haven't filled that gap
which
yet.
I would say I would include now.
Did we?
You really
No.
want to look at the real data and take signal from that, and not be too brave about what
All
your
right, let's
forecast
let's
might
do
be, because
this.
it's going to be highly uncertain.
So you're saying that in times of greater uncertainty, in some ways that makes you more interested in the backwards-looking data to sort of guide you?
Well, I'd almost flip it around. Yes, but I'd almost flip it around and say at a time like that, you don't want to be giving a lot of forward guidance.
Yeah,
and
the
you
rejection
don't
from
want
this
to be
order block
acting
right
as though you
here
have a
on the
lot of
bottom.
certainty about the
5
path
minutes.
forward. It makes sense to move more slowly in most situations.
We have
where there's
another
more
one right
uncertainty. There
here.
are situations where it would
Look
not
at
make
that.
sense to move slowly, but in most cases, you'd want to move more slowly.
Yeah,
it's
that's
uncertain.
interesting. I mean, I
Shit.
talked to some of my constituents back home. There's this one conversation I had that has really stuck with me, where, a woman was telling me that, there's so much uncertainty right now in the world and certainly in her life that she says it's hard for her to even breathe sometimes. She just feels this kind of weight upon her chest. And I've thought about that a lot because I try to think through what can we do to try to alleviate that
Got that
concern,
order block
alleviate
right
that
there.
anxiety for people. But you can see it. I mean, right now, whether it's about what's unfolding in the Middle East and the fragility of what comes next. When I look at this reconciliation bill before us in the Senate, I do worry not just about the deficit, as some of my colleagues have mentioned, but about the potential of significant job loss that we're seeing, whether in the healthcare industry, whether in the energy industries. And certainly when it comes to tariffs, as you said, trying to think through what comes next
Trading
in
view.
terms
Yeah,
of whether
I
deals
don't know
are
what's
struck
going
at
on with
what
my
levels. Are you
with
taking
my
into account that by sort of an issue-based level, or are you looking at sort of the global instability in terms of the different crises that are out there? Is that factoring into how you're thinking about when we're talking about legislation here? I know you're not going to go into the policy per se, but if there's a potential for significant job disruption Is that something that you're looking into as you're forecasting?
Yes. We obviously pay great attention to global events and in an effort to understand what's going on in the economy globally, because that does matter for our economy. So we pay close attention to all of those things and track them. Ultimately,
There's no
though, we're looking at the
fundamentals
US
today, bro.
economy and what are the fundamental
I got
drivers
cooked
here,
with my three bar
and
setup
then
here. I
making
got
a
cooked.
judgment based
I
on
got
all of
cooked
that. And
multiple times.
mainly, this is a big economy, and we're
There's
geographically
no
separated from most
such
of the
thing.
other big
Well,
economies in
there
the
is,
world.
but
So
still,
we have a smaller external
the
sector than most of the European
technical has
all the
been
European
ignored.
economies, for example. So we're really looking at the U.S. and what's happening here.
I wanted to ask you because, in central banks in other countries, including Bank
Yeah.
of England and European Central Bank, they've begun modeling the potential macroeconomic effects of artificial
Can hate
intelligence.
this,
They're thinking about how they can use AI to be able to do some of the forecasting, to think through what
Yeah,
comes next. I guess I
technicals.
wanted to get a sense of what the Federal Reserve is thinking in terms of
It's not
similar work
working.
in the AI space.
We have lots of people doing work on AI and more than that, even monitoring research that's going on everywhere in the world. And, speaking of uncertainty, it's very clear that it has the potential to
Hey, Paul,
make really
did you
dramatic
activate your
changes in
pro
our
account already?
economy, in our workplace, in the jobs of workers, in the way companies work, and all
Yeah.
of those things. But it honestly, there's a tremendous uncertainty about the timing of that and what the ultimate consequences will be and what the medium-term consequences will be.
I was wondering if the Fed is evaluating AI credit models and how that could potentially deepen disparity in credit access or violate fair lending standards. Is that something that you've looked into at this point? And
Yes, absolutely.
is the Fed looking to potentially affirm some industry standards on this?
It's something we've been aware of for a long time. There's a lot of research that's been done. Before generative AI came along, it's also just machine learning and technology generally. There are implicit biases that can appear. It's something we're very well aware of, and we do work with people to make sure that doesn't happen.
Okay.
Your pro account, did you activate it already?
Thank you, Senator Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, can you talk about how our interest rates
Still working on
compare
150K.
to other first-class countries around the world?
At the higher end.
And how does that affect the United States?
Well, I think that reflects a couple things. One is just that the U.S. economy has outperformed, has been stronger than others. And
The GAR is short. It's
I
looking
don't want
good.
to pick on any other nations.
GAR?
But many other nations
Are you still shorting
have had
this?
much lower growth, now have lower inflation, and are, have pretty low growth, whereas the U.S. economy has really been the outstanding performer and remains that to this day. That implies somewhat higher rates.
So you say it's higher than most of first-class countries. Can you talk about historically where we've matched up with other countries?
Yeah, so let's just go back to the.
All right,
when the
bro. I'll see you
pandemic hit,
later.
For example, we were at, we had very low rates during that era, but they were by far the highest in the developed world because the U.S. economy was the strongest. The European Union had negative rates. I think the Bank of England was at 75 basis points. I think we were at 2.4%, so we were meaningfully higher. And again, it was a time when we were just, our growth was higher, and their growth was lower, and their inflation was lower. Our inflation was fine.
Yeah, Z.
Probably about the same as ours. So I think we've generally had a little bit higher rates than those countries because they have slower growth, older populations,
right.
lower productivity, those kind of things. We have the
Have those
strongest
interest
economy in the
rates
world.
globally gone up
They're
as
doing
well?
some damage right now.
Have interest rates in those countries globally gone up as well?
Well,
Not as
they
much
went
as
up.
the US?
All of those countries had their rates go up quite a bit during the global pandemic inflation, right? And as you know, many of them have been cutting their rates, and we had been too. And we'll at some point resume that. But we're 100 basis points lower than we were. I think if you take the EU and the Bank of England, they've both cut a little more than that.
How recently?
Recently, but But I think you probably read this, but they're either at or close to the end of their cutting cycles.
I know there's been a lot of talk today about deficits and the national debt, but how much does tax policy affect the economy in the U.S.?
I mean, it has big effects over time. It's really not something that drives what we do. It isn't. But I mean, I think tax policy plays over the long run a huge role in incentivizing investment, which helps growth and things like that. I think it's very, very important over the long run. Certainly more important than monetary policy.
Would a $4 trillion tax increase on middle-class Americans affect the economy?
Now here we're getting into the bill.
I understand. I'm asking how that would affect the economy and according to your data.
I'm trying to
a very
not
nice
make
job
any
ever,
direct
huh?
comments on the bill today, if you'll forgive me. But I take your point.
Okay, I am trying to make a point, but there's got to be data that you sit on somewhere that would suggest that large tax increases would affect the economy, would stall economic growth in the U.S.
You could certainly get that out of a model if you wanted to. I mean, but again, I'm inevitably going to be commenting on the bill, right? If I answer that question, so I'd rather not do that.
A lot of talk today about inflation. You've already agreed that inflation is down from where it was a year ago, and would you say steadily declining?
Has been, yes. I more than agreed to it. I'm very pleased by it.
And all of the experts and so-called experts tell us that tariffs lead to inflation, but you seem to have suggested already that inflation is, if not under control, close to being under control.
So inflation's in a really good place. It is definitely in a good place, and we have a forecast, and so does, by the way, every other well brand name forecaster in the country, which is very similar to ours, that there will be some inflation from tariffs coming, not yet, but over the course of the coming months. And I think it's reasonable to expect that because someone has to pay. This is hundreds of billions of dollars of tariffs we're taking in. Some of that's going to fall on the consumer. Not all of it's going to fall on foreign manufacturers. And that's the only insight we have. And we're just kind of wanting to see more data on that before we move.
One final question about data. Our trade deficits with China, the EU, Canada, and Mexico have all significantly dropped
How long this
recently.
take?
What does the data tell us about that?
7.
Well, I
Oh
think
my
that's
How
God.
that would affect inflation?
how it would affect inflation. I don't know that it has implications for inflation, but it obviously reflects the tariffs. I think recently you've seen Chinese imports come down quite a bit.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thanks.
Senator Blunt, Rochester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Warren. Chair Powell, welcome back. Inflation has come down meaningfully from its peak, and there are signs of moderation in the broader economy. But prices for rent and other essential services remain high, and the outlook is still uncertain. Wage growth remains strong, but productivity trends are mixed, and demand for places to live is high, but borrowing costs and material shortages are making it harder for builders to keep up, adding to the affordability pressures. And at the same time, while I know this is not something you would say, but at the same time, while our Republican colleagues are pushing for tax
Oh, this
cuts
is
for the
my
wealthiest
cash
Americans
account, my personal
that would
account.
expand the deficit,
My
the
my pro
administration's
account
trade
is
and
cooked
immigration
already.
policies are also introducing uncertainty
I got one
that may
activated
not
tomorrow.
yet be fully reflected in the economy. For families that I represent, the cost of living remains painfully high. Premature easing could have unintended
Yeah, Paul.
consequences that undo the progress we've made.
Yeah, that was the
Later
pro
this year,
one.
the Fed will
The first
update its
account
monetary
that I
policy
cooked.
framework to respond to today's inflationary environment. And after years of supply shocks,
Yeah, I have
housing
another one to be
inflation,
activated
fiscal
tomorrow
volatility, I
and
hope
Friday.
you will remain strengthened that the Fed's ability to navigate the more uncertain economy. And as you undertake this update, can you talk about how you're adapting the framework to these realities while preserving the Fed's commitment to full employment?
I'd be glad to. So we made changes in the year 2020 to our framework, and those were meant to take on board the special issues that a central bank faces during the era of extremely low
Yeah,
interest
I
rates,
thought
where
about that
rates
one
were
too a
never
while
very
ago,
far
but
from
I'm a
zero.
dumbass. So
In fact, we just barely got away from zero.
instead of
when we had to cut
trading
back to
trading
zero. And
trading
the
EVA, I
feeling was very
decided
much
to
that
trade
we
my
had
pro
any
account.
kind of a shock, we'd be back at zero for years on
What
end
a-
again.
what a
And that's really not a
dumbass
not a
move.
good thing because the economy can become very stagnant. So what's happened since then, the big thing is interest rates are back to much more normal levels historically. So our policy rate at 4.3% actually doesn't feel like it's particularly restrictive. So it's, in other words, rates have moved way back up. That means that the effective lower bound is less of a problem. It means that the changes we made in 2020 are less relevant. They're not completely irrelevant. So we're making modifications, which we'll be discussing inside of our committee now in the next meeting and in the next meeting, that will return the forecast more to what it was before the 2020 cycle.
I know we had a chance to talk in the past about my focus on jobs and the economy and labor. And I want to follow up on Senator Kim's questioning, where the focus on the changing technology landscape and with artificial intelligence, generative AI, and just its impact on the economy and labor market. How would you describe AI's impact on the economy so far, and how is the Fed measuring it?
The effects of AI are
This
probably not great at this time.
this guy
Generative
needs to
AI,
stop right now.
And the question is, how great will they be, and how big will they be, and how quickly will that happen? And anyone who's been exposed to what AI is capable of has to be pretty stunned by what it's capable of. And this is even the early days too. You know, what the experts tell us is that, you know, in 2 years, these things that you're doing, that'll be nothing compared to what we can do in 2 years. So I think it has enormous capabilities to make really significant changes in the economy and the labor force. And, you know, it can either augment people's productivity, or it can replace people, or it can do a little bit of both.
Right.
But it's going to be something.
You preempted my question, actually. I saw a recent article, and a CEO of an AI company actually said AI could, quote, wipe out half of all entry-level white-collar jobs and spike unemployment to 10 or 20%. And I think he said in like a matter of a year or two. Do you think this is a reasonable perspective, and how would AI-driven productivity gains or worker displacement affect how the Fed defines full employment?
I don't know whether that's, I'm not the person to say how quickly that will happen. What's happened before with technology is it just seems to take a long time to be implemented. You know, there's the technology, what it's capable of, and there's what it actually does when implemented. That last phase has tended to take longer than people expect. Will it happen with AI? It probably will, but in terms of maximum employment, the Fed doesn't have the tools to really address the social issues and labor market issues that will arise from this. We don't have those tools. We just have interest rates, and, you know, we'll always be able to balance the labor market so that supply and demand are in balance. But things like what AI does and what other things do from the outside, we just have to take them as they come.
Thank you.
Thank you. I yield back.
Yes, ma'am. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Chair, for being here. I didn't expect to talk about it, but since AI came up, I mean, first off, we need to welcome it, exploit it, and benefit from it. I've had my staff try and go back and look at some of the congressional hearings in the times of the Industrial Revolution and other instances where we've had these threats of displacement, and it worked out okay for us. But the key is this is a global competition, and other countries are going to implement it. It is going to drive down their costs, and it will make us less competitive if we don't meet the challenge and become the innovator. But the transition is very important to note. I want to talk about SLR for a minute. I think you all indicated the balance sheet's going to continue to shrink. We're not going to get to pre-COVID levels, which was, I think, somewhere around $4 trillion. I guess the question is, you guys expect to hold higher levels of central banks to hold higher levels of central bank reserves than we have in previous years. Do you agree with that?
I don't think we'll get all the way back to where we were, but we're still shrinking.
Is it fair to say that the SLR should be updated to reflect the evolving preference?
Yes.
Thank you. Fed now. It's cost $545 million. You know, Chair Powell, I've never really liked Fed now, so it's probably not a friendly question. But spent $545 million to implement it now. I think you're expected to spend another $245 million in 2025. So the total price tag is $1 billion. As you know, the Money Control Act requires the Fed to cover all the direct and indirect costs actually incurred. So can you give me an idea of when we're going to see a fee structure that's going to generate and actually pay for this implementation, including the expected ongoing operational cost?
So you're right. That is our obligation under the law, is to have it be self-funding, and we have a period during which that's supposed to happen.
Yeah.
Uptake has been steady but not rapid, and
Is
usage
it your
has been.
sense that you're going to be able to get to that, and that the fee structure that you're going to need based on that take rate is going to be achievable?
I think it's probably still achievable. I am not 100% clear that we're going to achieve it very soon.
That'd be it. Yeah, that's what I'm concerned. And I wonder if that pricing is there, given private sector options, if you're ever
want to get
gonna
this
be able
short.
to get there.
I'll
So
try it
just
again
a
with this
editorial
3-bar
comment.
setup right here.
One thing I did want to mention, I'm excited to see some of my colleagues on the other side of the dais concerned about the debt. Because last time I checked, over the 4 years that President Biden was in office, we had the American Rescue Plan that cost us $2 trillion. We had the Inflation Reduction Act that cost us $1 trillion. And we had the PACT Act that many of my colleagues, I was one of 9 Republicans that didn't vote for it, that also cost us $1 trillion. So I'm excited to see that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to get serious about spending within our means. I did have a question, I think, for my staff wanted to ask about, sorry, I just want to get my notes right. I actually wanted to go, I don't have it before.
All right, I want to get
me,
in
but
short
what's the
here.
current status in your
Order
view on
filled.
Wells Fargo's capital requirements?
On their capital requirement, well, I think you mean on the growth cap?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we voted unanimously to remove that after many years of having it in place. They did satisfy the requirements we'd put in place, and we removed the cap along with the other agencies.
And you think your fact-based decision, you stand by it?
I do.
Very good. Last thing is Walmart, I've got other questions I'll submit for the record, Chair, but Walmart on April 9th, I think, withdrew their forward guidance. And they indicated the reason that they were doing that is there was uncertainty, and it seems to have been timed somewhat with the uncertainty around trade. So I would just suggest for my colleagues, I don't know if you can respond to this or not. I won't ask you a tax question, but I really want to. But I know what your answer is going to be. You're a good dancer. I think that it is fair to say that if there is going to be a correlation to increasing prices, and Walmart having made the decision to withdraw their guidance is probably the best testament that they know that they may have to deal with cost and maybe inflationary uncertainties. Would you characterize that as maybe a likely reason that they withdrew their guidance?
It might be. I saw that they had. I didn't have a chance to go back and check why.
Well, if you tease through the language, it seems almost certain that they think that some of their input costs were going to go up, and they need to manage their margins. So I'm just telling my colleagues, we just need to be realistic that if you have a major household name withdrawing guidance because of uncertainty, they've got a lot of experts that probably are suggesting there may be some inflationary risk. We haven't realized it yet, but I think we all need to keep our eyes open and not look past it so that we can manage it if it comes to pass. I don't think that there should be a problem with that.
Thank you.
Now, the last thing that I just want to mention is that you can't respond to this, but I will tell you, if the Democrats succeed in preventing us from avoiding the biggest tax hike in the history of this country, it is going to cause great damage to the people who can least afford it. You don't get to respond to this one, but folks.
Senator Brooks is next.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize she was here.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, every move is.
We need to be open. We need to understand that you will have something to fix if we fail to continue the tax cuts.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
it's annoying.
Thank you so much.
I got my
First
3-bar
to,
and just
Chair
reverses.
Scott and Ranking Member Warren, thank you so
I
much
got
for
3-bar here,
hosting
reverses.
today's hearing. We thank you also, Chairman Powell.
Oh my goodness.
For your tremendous
just
service
don't
to
like
our
that
country. I
move.
very much enjoyed the meeting that we had earlier this year and look forward to working with you.
Yeah, don't trade
Many
your
of my
funded. I'm
colleagues
trading
today
my
have been
cash.
listening to
Cash is
this
better
hearing
than
have
funded.
rightly discussed concerns regarding how tariffs are affecting consumers and businesses. And I'd like to highlight a
Oh my
specific
goodness.
business in Maryland that encapsulates the harm that I believe this administration is inflicting, but also the resilience of a proud Maryland small business. Bay Dog is a successful pet brand based on Kent Island, one founded by Barton O'Brien, who's a Marine veteran who served 3 combat tours overseas. Mr. O'Brien has calculated that if he were to make his products in the United States, he would have to raise his prices 400% just to break
Yeah.
even. The tariffs,
Let me,
he believes, are
get
a
this
burdensome
straight
tax
first.
that could put companies
Cigar.
like his out of business. But the damage doesn't stop there. Bay Dog is sold in thousands of other brick and mortar stores across the country, all locally owned small businesses who similarly have to raise prices or lose sales to pay the president's tax. Mr. O'Brien started planning for this last summer when President Trump started talking about tariffs during the campaign. He stockpiled inventory and has committed to keeping his prices stable this year. But what Bay Dog is asking is, what is he to do if the tariffs are in place next year? Mr. O'Brien has calculated that he won't have to just raise prices. He'll likely have to cut his staff to stay in business. So, Chair Powell, there are 34 million small businesses in America, 1 for every 10 people. And if small businesses like Bay Dog have to lay off staff or go out of business altogether, what will that do to unemployment in this country, and what effect will that have on the broader economy?
I mean, just mechanically, I don't want to comment on particular tariff policies, but sure, if companies go out of business, then that'll hurt employment and activity.
And what we will see is, of course, and we have so many small businesses, what we're facing now is that very prospect, is that we're going to have so many, and we believe that, you know, the inflation caused by these tariffs will really have a very negative impact. And if this is the case, what would this
Things gonna
mean
dumb
for
this
American
meeting?
workers?
I'm hoping
The other
so.
thing
I'm
is, I
sure
think
right now.
the tariffs are still in motion.
But that's what, 2
you know,
hours
it's
away from
premature
here?
to say
From
exactly where they're going to
ending the
land.
meeting?
So we're
What time
kind of
did it
withholding
end
judgment
yesterday?
until we see
10
more.
10
That's
o'clock?
kind of where we are. We haven't made a decision to do anything. It's just we want to see more, and the situation evolves day by day, month by month. So.
Okay. Well, in another question, in our meeting and in your most recent monetary policy report, you spoke of the long-term challenge of housing supply not meeting demand. And I look at this issue the same way I did as county executive, where I really fought hard to leverage private and public sector dollars to bring more housing to communities that needed it. Maryland has a shortfall of nearly 100,000 homes, and the pathway to build wealth is therefore narrowing. So studies have estimated that of the over $200 billion invested annually in housing in recent years, only a fraction supports affordable homes for working class families. So would you speak to the need to better incentivize private investments into affordable housing construction? I'm working with a private sector and nonprofit stakeholders on legislation now, but just wanted to know if you could comment on that.
So I would say this: interest rates are you know, slightly restrictive at this point, modestly restrictive, and that is weighing on economic activity in the housing market sector. But you're really talking about a different problem. It's not one that the Fed can really address, and that is we have a longer run housing shortage. So many other advanced economy countries have this too, and it's not our tool. Our tools don't really work to affect that. It's really elected people, and you saw this as county executive. It's things that the legislature can do that can really address that. Not us. It's not about interest rates.
All right. Well, now I understand one other issue. The Fed is evaluating the leverage ratio rules regarding the amount of capital required to be held by banks to withstand unforeseen risks. And I'm hoping you can then provide some insight as to what potential changes this framework are meant to achieve. On the other hand, I understand that access to capital is paramount, particularly for communities I represent. So And I understand concerns that a change in these requirements could affect the resilience of the banking sector. Though I know you cannot speak to the specifics of the coming proposal, would you share some insights into what problem the proposed rulemaking is meant to solve, and are you concerned that it could lead to a deterioration of resilience of the banking sector?
I'd be glad to. So the idea behind it is that we want risk-based capital to be the binding capital requirement, because we want the binding capital requirement to be, we want banks to be sensitive to the risks that they're taking. If the leverage ratio is not risk sensitive, it treats every asset as equally risky. So if that's binding, then that interferes with banks' incentives to manage their risks, and actually discourages banks from taking on relatively low-risk activity. So we've always, at the Fed, wanted the risk-based capital to be the binding one, and the leverage ratio to be the backstop. And so that's this proposal that we have, that we're going to be meeting on in a couple of hours, puts out for comment a proposal to restore the the backstop characteristics of the leverage ratio. We think it should make it will not in any way diminish the safety and soundness of the financial system, and it will allow for banks to undertake lower risk. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. For senators who wish to submit questions for the hearing record, those questions are due 1 week from today, Wednesday, July 2nd. Chairman Powell, you have 45 days from that day to submit your responses to questions. For the record, thank you for being here. This committee is adjourned.
Thank you.
Wait, it's over? Is it over? Yeah? Good. Oh, look at that. God damn. Jesus. Nice. Took forever. All right, cool. Good thing I already have this short here. Cool. Where we at? All right, I'm shorting Nasdaq right now. Dude. What a waste of pro account. What a waste. I'm a dumbass. See where this thing going. Let me set up a target.
See the sky, see the clouds amongst the
Target right
sun.
there.
See the day for everything it could be. Stop treading on that snooze button. Run.
Cool.
Open your eyes and see everything it was, and is and will be all at once. See the truth, don't hide from others' love. Bask inside that alarm clock buzz. We metaphysical. I alone am 10 people on the blunt. It's a physical. You're always dying and your death has yet to come. Open your eyelids. Swear outside.
I'm shorting it.
Dream
What's my TP? This is 420. My TP is 420. I'm ready on break even, by the way. So, FYI.
This is sitcom TV ending. This is sitcom TV ending. Wake up. See the sky, see the clouds amongst the sun. See the day for everything it could be. Stop treading on that snooze button. Run. Open your
Uh-oh, I'm gonna get stopped out.
it was and is and will be all at once. See the truth, don't hide from others' love. Bask inside that alarm clock, bug. Wake up.
I'm about to get stopped
Stop
out.
filled.
Yeah. I got stop out and break even. Yeah, every move is a reversal for some reason. I mean, yeah, it is. Not really for some reason, but yeah, it's annoying. You got a beautiful 3-bar right there and just got rejected right away. Once all the stop loss, it seems like it. It took down my stop loss, even though I have a very, very wide stop loss. Multiple times, which is really annoying. That's not good. That's not good. Let's refocus our energy with this fair value gap right here. Minutes. I don't like that move at all. Ugly.
No baggage on board in the plane. Leaving everything bad in the review and taking whatever remains.
The minister tracement right here.
For my spirit, the rest I've been setting ablaze. Burning it down to the ground, I started refreshing the page.
I'm still short today. Still want to short it.
But when you try throwing your shade, we throwing grenades. Growing with pain to help me turn into the man I became. I'm better with age, forever the era I cherish the phase. But some things are better left back in the days. We started a wave, then parted away. A part of me feel like it's part of the game. The parties don't hit like they used to. It's cool, we did it already. It's hard to complain. I got no
Look at that short.
plans that mean more to me nowadays. It started to sway the way that I look at the
I still want to short this guy.
Way out the part that decayed. Dimming the light, but you gotta fight when you feel it starting to fade. Don't cover the blind, cause how can you shine if you keep a star in the shade? Hey. Look how far that we came.
Yeah, I want to short it. We got 1 minute 3 bar right here, engulfing. We got engulfing 3 bar here, but we are getting rejected here. All right, I want to get in again on sell. I'm shorting again based on 1 minute 3 bar or not. Dada Jeff, what's up? What's up, bro? Yeah, price action. I mean, it's difficult today. We got multiple reversal every 10 minutes, so go figure. Go figure. Now we got this 3 bar. Trying to make sense out of this bullshit. Yeah, it's fine.
My shoestrings untied. I'm running full speed with scissors in hand. I love pointing
Difficult
fingers.
today.
Let's fall on the floor next to all of our needs. Let's lose inhibition. Let's fly like our dreams is reality. And real things ain't quite what they seem. Once you hold it, does it gleam? If it's green, is there a soul? Is a soul a real thing? If you're really in the know, is it all a scripted show with the cameras and lights and the laugh track to kill all of my loneliness inside and a casting crew of friends who always there when things get
I don't even trust this 3 bar anymore.
Most of 2021. In the periods marked red, owning was a better deal. That includes many of the years following the Great Recession.
What?
The changes in the home ownership premium are driven by home prices and mortgage rates.
Usually the cost to be an owner are a couple $100 a month higher.
What is going on right now with my... Jesus. Fuck. What the fuck is going on? Alright, I just missed my...
What you got good? It's always as good as it gets. Even throughout all the mess and regrets piled cigarettes.
I just missed my 3 bar. I just missed my 3 bar. Apparently I have a freaking virus or something. I just missed this one. I was in short a while ago.
No stems, no sticks, no seeds, no stress, no peace, no love, no free, don't care, mo chains for me, don't share, I keep, yo, let's eat, yo, let's eat. Tuesday. I got food up in the fridge.
Everything is off today, my guys. Everything is off. As soon as I say I don't trust that 3 bar, it slaps you in the face. I know. Annoying, man. My timing is off today. Yeah. It's something else. Something else today. Look at it. 3 points is that? That's only 10 points. That move, that stupid move right there. What the fuck is that? Yeah, you can scalp this one. It's insane. Yeah, you can't scalp it. No way. This literally move right here, it's 10 points and then bounce back for like 10 points. Yeah, you need 100 points. Crazy, bro. I got what? I got 25 points a while ago and I still got stopped out. Crazy. Watch. Watch. This is going to destroy this trend line. If I want to short here, it will just go higher. You want to try? You want me to try that? I'll short it right here on the trend line. Yeah, I'll short it here. Let's see if it's gonna go bounce like crazy. Let's short it right there.
Order filled.
All right. My stop loss is literally like, how many points is that? Dude, that's 35 points. Watch, it will destroy this trend line.
Don't go shooting all the dogs, cause one of them got fleas. Don't just listen to these songs and think that you got grease. They just lyrics, I be venting to this mic, it's therapy. You could leave, but them other guys is whack, they not me. Godspeed, sweetie, living out my dreams. I don't need a genie. Pops did Madonna shows, music in my blood, it was destined for me. Way before I even seen a CD. Cross the wrong line, you gon' need a treaty. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. And through passion I get stronger. Long days working on getting better, but they only get longer.
Yeah, Alex, I'm on my live account right now. See that? That bullshit. It wants to go higher.
Order filled.
It's not gonna go reject because I already shorted it. It wants to go higher now. I mean, there's no, bro. Me, I know it doesn't make sense, but it doesn't even count because it's only one order, one lot, two lot. But I'm connected to the CME already, so it doesn't really make sense. But yeah, it doesn't affect anything, but it's just annoying as fuck. No, I'm not on long right now. I was actually shorting it a while ago and just testing it out to if it's gonna break that trend line. It did broke that trend line. But I'm still short today. I want to short it so bad. We still have this thing. All right.
flash written on me. Card rubbing on a glass bowl, I've been ballin'. Free my ladies in the counter now, I'm already out. Already on the countdown, I'ma set it right. Got the backlash written on me. Cold running from the pole, and it's on me. Don't know which way we're going now, I don't wanna know it. Might as well be going down, I don't wanna know it. I got the backlash written on me. Card rubbing on a glass bowl, I've been ballin'. Free my ladies in the counter now, I'm already out. Already on the countdown, I'ma set it
This pin candle right here, I want to get in on long, but 1 minute doesn't really let me.
Come and get it, clock is ticking for my riches now. Yeah, boy, counting commas in my kitchen now. Yeah, right, Colorado ain't my region.
I want to get into this pin candle right here, but the 1 minute tells me otherwise. All right, I'm going in.
Order filled.
I'm long right now. 5 minutes long. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you should go short. Yeah, there you go. That's just the short right there. It's me. I mean, I would keep saying that I'm short today, but I keep doing the other way around because of my 3-bar setup that I've been looking for. I keep lying to myself right now. So let's see. You got this break of. It's not even break of trend line anymore. Let's go.
It's not how you thought it would go, is it? Jalen with the pivot, how they get lost in the rhythm. Y'all was shitting on the way that I'm living, but I forgive them. Seek revenge with how I'm killing. Hey, bounce with me if you made it back from out the shadow. Moving forward, baby steps, cause in my back's 1,000 arrows. I'm still a work in progress, filled with liquor and tobacco. Trying to rid all of my demons on this road that's pretty narrow. So I just vent my sorrows out to drums and chop pianos. Always keep one in the chamber, so I'm never low on ammo. Yo, let me get into it. Every war got different battles, so I'm always staying ready for whatever on my travels. I done faced too many demons, I don't feel nothing. I was low and I was sinking, but I'm still coming. I was up late asking when the deal coming. I've been holding it together, but the wheels coming off, so I swerve and I try not to kill nothing. I've been trying to be an idol for my little cousins. I was trying to keep it popping when the pills wasn't hitting like they used to. I'm just trying to feel something. I see my man's brother die and it cutting me deep. Cause it's fam like my fam, they accompanied me when I was dealing with my own loss, drowning in grief. Like his pops became a figure that was fathering me. So what am I supposed to do to provide some relief when everything feels hollow and bleak? To live and die in the streets, it's not ideal, but the cycle repeats. Now I'm looking up, asking God, what does it mean? I see fate getting questioned, hate and depression. Dark days feeling like you've lost your connection to anything higher, but I promise it get brighter. Cause I seen it for myself, getting chewed up through the
Paul.
wire. But that's why I think my mission statement now is to provide for the ones I truly love, feeling down and deprived. But the story isn't over. Lean on me when you're weak and do the same when you back. Live with love, rest in peace. Bounce with me if you made it back from out the shadow. Moving forward, baby steps, cause in my back's 1,000 arrows. I'm still a work in progress, filled with liquor and tobacco. Trying to rid all of my demons on this road that's pretty narrow. So I just vent my sorrows.
There's no way fake pump again. Oh my goodness.
So I'm never low on ammo, yo. Let me get into it. Every war got different battles, so I'm always staying ready for whatever on my travels. Yeah.
Let's go.
Check off your list of goodbyes. You're sick of Saturday nights when I call you. You ain't got time to. You say you waited for hours.
Bills down to 388.
See you tomorrow. You can say your last goodbyes. I never take what you say from the bottle. Looking sideways. How am I the one to blame when you're distorting pictures? Calling my name. Looking sideways, but how am I the one to blame when you're distorting pictures? Calling my name.
That's a fail.
I see what's next through details and texts, and they see me stressed. Less I give, less I give.
Figures in the wind, roll them in, roll them out. When it faded skin, overruled by the proud. Figures in the wind, roll them in, roll them out. When it faded skin, overruled by the proud. Figures in the wind, roll them in.
Order filled.
Roll them in, purple color dripping right up off my skin. Roll them out, silver color, let them in on the dial. Tell your friends, give me something, play pretend. Pink and white, my favorite sin. Take a look, watch yourself, don't get too close.
Your bro, your ex, yeah.
Body blows, let's on the later, adios. Just turn the knob and tell them kids to listen in. Cause pink look white for the hell of it.
Looking sideways. How am I the one to blame when you're distorting pictures? Calling my name.
Yeah, they'll be back.
In the front row, kicking back old school tracks like damn. Can't get enough of this more like I don't even know where I am. Ooh, baby, get hyped to the beat, let's go, cause this is our jam. This is our jam. Let me break it down right quick for my haters, my dictators and bad raiders. Since you never seem to get it right no more, then right no more. Kick back your feet and watch your back from perpetrators. My game's strong in my Range Rover. I got the blackjack juice and my racks off the roof, and you see the SUV rolling up next to me, old enough to take you over Sesame. Remember, back when I was a kid, all I did was never ever think twice, yeah. And if you wanna get higher, pick up the mic and get to rapping, cause you're never getting higher. Yeah. In the front row, kicking back old school tracks like damn. Can't get enough of this mo, like I don't even know where I am. Ooh, baby, get hyped to the beat, let's go, cause this is our jam. This is our jam.
Yeah, it's sideways.
In the front row, kicking back old school tracks like damn. Can't get enough of this mo, like I don't even know where I am. Ooh, baby, get hyped to the beat, let's zone, cause
Hurts. It hurts. It hurts. So bad. All right, let's Damn, I'm negative this month. Yeah. Yeah, the chop doesn't make any. Yeah, I'm negative this month. Crazy. Negative, negative, negative.
Yeah. Hey. Okay. Hey. I got my brothers and my fam standing next to me. I go to war for what I love until the death of me. You quitting in the first is not a threat to me. Because what break me is what makes me, it's my destiny. I know we heard it all before, but let me give it to you straight. When you're back against the wall, you just step up to the plate. Who to call, who gon' fall, don't be asking who to blame. Go insane, ayy, since I lit the flame, I ain't scared to burn away. Burn away. Since I lit the flame, I ain't scared to burn away. Leave a trail behind, leave a rail behind. Snails getting turned into the cargo.
How do you connect Big Profit? Go to their website. They have your login there and your password, and go to YouTube, search whatever Tradeovate or whatever trading view you have, and there's an instruction how you connect your account. That's for you. Because you hate trading. Well, your option is trading view and other small platform.
Closer to my destiny. Don't expect no less from me, 'cause one day I'll be burning away, burning away.
It's been shitty, my guy. Trading Ninja. I cannot show you right now, my guy. Dude, I'm trading. Dude, just go to YouTube. It will help you out. I'm not trying to be rude with you, but come on, bro. Not the right time, my guy. Not the right time. I wanna be helpful, but it's not the right time to ask that question. Just YouTube it. YouTube it, and it's a lot easier for you to like connect everything.
baby. Scheming, maybe. Dina raised me. Really from the section with them killers. Drug dealers. Thug. Never got a help from pops, they need some love. Liquor messing out the pain, so pull up, nigga. Not too far from it. Everything I done seen and done it. Late night running, hitting houses and police cuffing. We ain't have nothing. House was cold, we were open oven.
There you go. Trading is a lot easier to connect. And it's the Ninja Trader has kind of complicated to connect. And if you made a mistake connecting other network, it's just give you a 15 minutes delay Taz. So you gotta be like spot on Ninja Trader, because if you connect to a wrong connection, it will just give you 15 minutes or 15 seconds. Is it 15 minutes delay on your data. Yeah, that's super easy. Straight away. Copy and paste your password and username. Yeah, and it will activate it automatically. You don't have to do. There's some multiple steps on Ninja Trader, and it gets really confusing. Again, if you make a mistake, Taz, and activating you're gonna get delays.
Labels blowing up my line and got me missing calls. Told her you ain't gotta hit me till you licking. Feel like ZVF, baby, I be cooler than the mink weather. Make a Coke bottle, give me brain till I think better. Back up on my again, hanging out with Benjamin. Franklin got me stanking in the Lincoln, talking dividends. Look at what we did again. Brought the water dipping in. Down in Texas on them elbows where your digits been. All these I can smell it through the audio. Lapping everybody got me working on my cardio. Party over daddy home, creeping out the caddy comb. Straight from underground, I got these Maddie on. I've been kick pushing on my grind since the pro skate. I don't do a figure that I'm pro hate. Chilling in the cut like a scab, ready to peel. You ain't gotta like it, I promise you gotta deal with us. Used to be friendly, I'm off that and I'm on business. All I've been seeing is flawed jewelry and fake digits. So when I tell them I'm the coldest, it ain't superstition. Every time you see me, you gon' find me in a new position. You mean? Look, ain't had to tell them I'm the truth, I think they knew it. Don't like to talk about the shit, I like to do it. So while these other hungry going through it, you see me thumbing through these hundreds, getting to it. Ain't had to tell them I'm the truth, I think they knew it. Don't like to talk about that shit, I like to do it. So while these other hungry going through it, you see me thumbing through these hundreds, getting to it. I told a fat, do you have Meg knees? I'ma need that right after that, please. Bet you leave way before my bread leave. Got them Googling the caption, trying to see who said these. Tell these hateful mother I've been choosing love. It's the God, baby, tell me really who's
I want to short this guy.
Washington always talking what it used to was. Meanwhile, I'm raising up them digits like the booster club. I'm in my finest hour, hit the shower for one. Doing push-ups, running laps around the comfortable ones. I be coolin', I be chillin', I be with fun. But check the trophy case, I can't find nothing you done. Need Huxtable funds.
Timing.
Making money, been to play, ain't looking for no friend today. I just came to kindergarten, I do not intend to stay. Look you in the eyes and
Yeah.
that's what I meant to say.
Just said I just want to short this guy and just dropped. We have this order block right here, the bottom. That's the reaction right there. Hopefully it's not the reversal order block. That was crazy though.
Remember late nights cruising and wasn't nothing to it. Flicking up the shit, we about to make a movie. Pouring up a cup, we about to set the mood in the club.
It took down multiple order blocks. There's a possibility this is actually a reversal order block right here. Oh. but I've been wrong multiple times today. I've been wrong multiple times, so don't follow me.
Order filled.
The thing about this buy is it got triggered multiple order blocks here, and we have this massive rejection. And let's see if we're gonna get a momentum on this buy right here. We got some buyer pressure. Let's see if we're gonna push higher. Sell pressure is still high. Look at that, sell pressure. Yeah. Order block is dead already, so let's take that off. The 50 minutes. Yeah. I'm wrong again, I guess. Strategy's not working today.
Furthermore, we doing this for y'all. Rapid stress, but it feel great. When you up, but when you in a slump, you get real low and can't think straight. Put it all in each mixtape. So many long nights in my mother's house. Trouble boy, bring the trouble now. Since V1, I've been double down.
Yeah, that might be a change of trend. That order block triggered multiple order block triggered there. Let's see if we're gonna break this trend line here too. That's very bullish. Good job, Josh. Let's push higher. There you go. So that confirms that multiple order blocks been triggered, and we got this massive buying pressure. That gave me my confidence back. That I thought I suck today.
Order filled.
All right, I took one off. I'm gonna let this one ride. Whew, I thought I was wrong again. Yeah, I already sold some. Yeah, that multiple mistakes just kind of like ruin your confidence. But this kind of like give me my confidence back. This win right here, so feels good that you're right once in a while. I'm gonna let my one contract run, okay? Because this might be a change of trend. Nice ball.
It just got real. Say how you feel. Got is mad. Yeah, that's too bad. Off of my dick, I got him stressed out. Look at me, I'm blessed now. Tell him I'm the best out. Giving nothing less. You guess to see my third eye. You see my halo. Untamed, no cage, ho. Flip it through the payroll. I'm about my banknotes. Good look, they taking those. What if we waiting on? It's what I prayed for, right? Black, black.
All right, what's gonna be the target here? Go 5 minutes real quick. Go fair value gap here. I'll target the 475.
Order submitted.
475. All right, that's my target. Let's see how it goes. I'll be right back. I got.
Better with age, dropping my aim, they press and play, they hit my life. I'm never selling my soul. Get to the dollar off a dream, tryna grip what I'm owed. I never fold, I keep it calm. They wanna rise out of me. I keep it glacier, cut you off soon as I see the first sign that you're not for me. In alignment with the gods and the kings, and I want everything. I need that payoff. She say she wanna dip out to Barbados. I'm still trying to comprehend what's a day off. Been moving hella careful. You see what they did to take off. I'm protecting my peace, and I've been chefing this heat. I've been revving the pistons. I've been one with the vision. If somebody told you that they know me, then they told you it's a story. Keep my business on the low key. Yeah. If you fuck me, then for shorty. If you not, then it's a problem. I'm the source, we get it sorted. Yeah. If you know me, you the homie. If you don't, let's keep it cordial. Keep my mentions on the low key. Yeah. If you for me, then for shorty. If you for me, can you show me?
I like getting lost in the carousel of my own mind. Yeah, I really like that. I feel like that,
Get that money, get that money, get that money, money. Get that money, 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 get that money. Like not another thing. Been around the block enough to stop him in his stride. Soft enough to sing, but tough enough to lock it off and chop him into 5. I'm gonna oscillate the ting. Thoughts get lost, but I stop and take the time. I'm not offering to blink, but I run it up and operate on doctors on the sly. Cause I can sing it in my sleep. I can't think of a similarity. Refund, but not given a receipt. I see under the shitting that you speak. I seek thunder, it's hitting me beneath. I reach under while sitting in my seat. I'm so done with this gritting in my teeth. No wonder I'm living in my peace. Get that money, get that money, get that money, money. Get that money, 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 money. So I go with the wind blow, stack checks to my Cody, give me info. Always a hole in my window. What's next? See me outro with my intro. And yeah, I've been low, push weight till my gums rip and my skin show. I'm just a gringo, cash tied up, moving partially limbo. But I stay up till late, trying to make ends meet, so I up my rate. I'm not stuck, I'm great, you just wait and see what the fuck I ate. Never had to bust my case, cause I'm way too sleek and I'm on my way. Shit is not fun, I say, with my chest on my sleeve and I've done my day. Get that money, get that money. Give me outro with the intro. Get that money, get that money. Get that money, get that money. Give me outro with the intro. Get that money, get that money. Get that money, get that money, get that money, money. Get that money, 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 get that.
prank calls. Told her you ain't gotta hit me till you licking balls. Feel like ZVF, baby, I be cooler than the mink weather. Make a Coke bottle, give me brain till I think better. Back up on my shit again, hanging out with Benjamin. Franklin got me stankin' in the Lincoln, talking dividends. Look at what we did again, brought the water dipping in. Down in Texas on them elbows, where your digits been. All these niggas pussy, I can smell it through the audio. Lapping everybody, got me working on my cardio. Party over daddy home, creeping out the caddy comb. Straight from underground, I got these motherfuckers Maddie on. I've been kick pushing on my grind since the pro skate. I don't fuck with niggas, you would figure that I'm pro hate. Chillin' in the cut like a scab, ready to peel niggas. You ain't gotta like it, I promise you gotta deal with us. Used to be friendly, I'm off that and I'm on business. All I've been seeing is flawed jewelry and fake digits. So when I tell them I'm the coldest, it ain't superstition. Every time you see me, you gon' find me in a new position, nigga. Fuck you mean? Look, ain't had to tell them I'm the truth, I think they knew it. Don't like to talk about the shit, I like to do it. So while these other niggas hungry going through it, you see me thumbing through these hundreds, getting to it. Ain't had to tell them I'm the truth, I think they knew it. Don't like to talk about that shit, I like to do it. So while these other niggas hungry going through it, you see me thumbing through these hundreds, getting to it. I told her, fuck a fat ass, do you have meg knees? I'ma need that right after the head, please. Bet your bitch leave way before my bread leave. Got them Googling the caption, trying to see who said these. Tell these hateful motherfuckers I've been choosing love. It's the God, baby, tell me really who's above. These niggas washed and always talking what it used to was. Meanwhile, I'm raising up them digits like the booster club. I'm in my finest hour, hit the shower, fuck her for one. Doing push-ups, running laps around the comfortable ones. I be coolin', I be chillin', I be fucking with fun. But check the trophy case, I can't find nothing you done. Need Huxtable funds. Bitch, you either with it or you in the way. Making money, been to play, ain't looking for no friend today. I just came to tender garden, I do not intend to stay. Look you in the eyes and let you know that's what I meant to say. Ain't had to tell them I'm the truth, I think they knew it. Don't like to talk about the shit, I like to do it. So while these other niggas hungry going through it, you see me thumbing through these hundreds, getting to it. Ain't had to tell them I'm the truth, I think they knew it. Don't like to talk about that shit, I like to do it. So while these other niggas hungry going through it, you see me thumbing through these hundreds, getting to it.
She from the city, she call it the. She be hanging with the blues and acting sedity. I think Shawty want a thug and that's gritty, but she always hit me up and tryna get with me. Is that what you want? Is that what you need? Is that what you like? Well, give it to me. Is that what you want? Is that what you need? Is that what you like? Give it to me. She ain't never got time, but got good for me. She ain't tryna be mine, but she fuck with me. She the type to buy the bottles in the club with me, and she always checking in, see what's up with me. Is that what you want? Is that what you need? Is that what you like? Well, give it to me. Is that what you want?
All right, I'm back. What did I miss?
She ain't ran through. Plus she got a bag that's a big move, and she always come around with some good news. Is that what you want? Is that what you need? Is that what you like? Well, give it to me. Is that what you want? Is that what you need? Is that what you like? Well, give it to me. Told her mama and the daddy she a blessing. She ain't with the drama, she ain't messy. Always good vibes, never testing.
Looking good, actually.
I should be a man, I'm suggesting. Is that what you want? Is that what you need? Is that what you like? Well, give it to me. Is that what you want? Is that what you need? Is that what you like? Well, give it to me. Is that what you want? Is that what you need? Is that what you like? Well, give it to me. Is that what you want? Is that what you need? don't you like? Well, give it to me.
What was that high right there? Or six. What's happening here? Pull back though. Hopefully you took profit, Josh. Did good stuff.
Order cancelled.
Whoa, what the fuck is that? Wait, what? Dude. What the fuck? Dude, my slippage is crazy. I know the fact that I sold $300. And I'm back to this. What the fuck? Dude, my slippage is crazy. I sold $300. I'm supposed to be down like... What? It doesn't make sense. What? Dude, I took profit a while ago, half. I let the one... And I'm back to 1200. Oh, it doesn't make sense at all. You seen that, right? I mean, I'm back to square one. I'm back to square one. I took profit for almost $300 a while ago. And I'm not even, my stop loss is even in break even. So I should be down like, holy shit, the slippage is crazy. What the f... Dude, am I tripping? Am I tripping? Am I tripping, guys? Oh my god. Casino Sports Center. Never too long, too greedy. I was letting one of my contract because I already took profit, so I took profit half. So I let my one contract run it, but when it took down my stop loss, which is in break even, the slippage took all my profit. My slippage took all my profit from my other contract. You know what I mean? It's like, that's crazy. That's crazy slippage. Fucking stupid, man. I was stupid. Two contracts is like $2,000. I don't know. I'm probably not used to this Ninja Trader, but that was a crazy, crazy slippage. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, it looks like the we have so much sell pressure right now. All right, I'm still upset with that slippage. That's crazy. I'm back to all right. Let's go back up here. 15 minutes. We gotta move on with that dumbass slippage. Yeah, it's huge manipulation. It wants to go lower. Let's see here. Go for 1 minute. 1 day. Yep. Massive rejection on the top here on 2250. It tried to hit 600, but we topped out on 500, and we have a massive rejection from the top. This is daily right here, so we're gonna get a good amount of pullback today, and it's happening right now. So if you're gonna go long, just try to make sure that you don't go long. So try to go short. This breakup structure failed so bad. It didn't work out, but it was a good try. It was a good try. There you go. That was a nice try, though. What the fuck? Can't believe that shit happened. That's great. I gotta get out of this Ninja Trader. That is crazy slippage. Crazy. I don't know if I'm missing something on that kind of move, but that was crazy move. Let me do this. Exactly, Z. So I have 2 contracts a while ago, and I took profit off 1 contract. And then I let my 1 contract go to my break even, and then yeah, it took down my break even, but slippage took all my profit from my other contract. So technically the slippage is what I gotta figure out what happened there, but I'm supposed to be in somewhere in $900 or somewhere, but that was crazy. FOMO Story, we find Ninja Trader to be clunky. Yeah. I need to look into that. I need to go back on this video or this stream, see what happened there, the slippage, because that was crazy. Crazy. Insane. I'm gonna try again here along. We got 3 bar right here. This bar is very bullish for long, so I want to take it. To 4-1. That is the trend line. Yeah.
Order filled.
Let's see how it goes. I'm back to long again. I gotta make this work, this Ninja Trader. It's annoying. Tradeovate and Ninja Trader are partners, so it should be a lot easier to transfer my fund to Tradeovate. Let's go. Hey, Paul. Yeah, we gotta break that zone. But did you took profit a while ago? The first pump? You guys just got back from lunch.
I've been to myself, just me lately. I don't need a lot. I don't need a lot, no. Just me and the fam, few friends ain't playing. I don't speak a lot, and I can't stop. And I can't stop.
You still have 5 MNQ? Oh, you're holding it right now? That's nice. I got stopped out a while ago, and then it took down my freaking. The slippage took my profit away. Stupid. It's just stupid. Yeah. So remember that I took one contract off. Yeah. The moment it hit my break even, it just took the slippage is like as big as my profit. Yeah. I was up. Well, I was up on that trade, but I was still down. But I wasn't when it hit my break even. I was down 1,200, which is crazy because I took at least $400 off my first contract, my first trade. So the slippage is crazy. You want to take this off? I'm on my stop loss through. All right, stop loss to $300 profit.
Right for a real one, yeah. Slide on a real one. On my mama and God, you the real thing. Can't even cap to me, know you feel something. Yeah, you wanted a million and you show it. What you want, is it really that important? You've been on my mind and I really can't ignore it. Little baby, you
Order filled.
I got you going, oh. I can't even help it. I don't think I want to. Know that I've been
That is $100 slippage. $80 slippage. I closed it. Yeah, that was literally $80 slippage. I gotta check again. Might be wrong. 590.
Slide through the town by the lake shore. Used to ride tank to the last drop in the Acura. Really, I was down bad, I was acting up. Somehow you still ain't had enough. Yeah. Ride for a real one, yeah. Slide on a real one. On my mama and God, you the real thing. Can't even cap to me, know you feel something. Yeah, you wanted a million and you show it. What you want, is it really that important? You've been on my mind and I really can't ignore it. Little baby, you a 10. Wait a minute, I got you going. I can't even help it. I don't think I want to. Know that I've been on.
Yeah, I have $50 slippage. I was watching the video again. I was watching the video. It's like $50 slippage. Yeah, this is Ninja Trader. So $50 slippage on the fee itself. It's only $5 or $10 total, 2 contracts. Additional $40 slippage. I noticed if I drag my stop loss up, hit, and then the thing closed. Yeah, a while ago I have a crazy slippage, like $300 slippage. So, but if you're holding this one, my original TP is at 475. That's my original TP, but make sure you take your profit, okay? Did I hit close? No, the first one is I have a stop loss at break even, and then it hit my break even, and technically my first contract win, which is like $300 or so, or $400. My slippage is pretty much that. It felt like I didn't get anything from my first contract, so yeah. I gotta go back to this video and see how much that slippage, what happened, because we have that it dropped from all the way exactly on my break even, and then I got order closed, and my profit from my other contract is just ate it. It took it away from me. So and a while ago too, Sam, I'm assuming you're a ninja trader too. A while ago when I was trading, it's just what you call this one? I'm in and out of connection. I have no interruption of my connection, and just keep getting disconnected. Do you get that a lot, Sam? A lot of Ninja Trader issues today. Yeah, I had that one, and then for some reason I got disconnected. I don't know, for some reason every time I get disconnected, just keep falling. The price just fell. Yeah, I lost so much on that bad connection.
I'm a visionary. I move smart, but I worked hard, could never call me lazy. From the start, I drew like art on how I'm living lately. We're locked in like 2 and 1, it's just me and my baby. The only one through thick and thin, look what we've been through, crazy. Take no days off, I'm grinding, take no
Connection and chatter, yeah. It's annoying, my guy. It's cost me one pro account actually a while ago, which is fine. I thought I shouldn't be trading that, but it happens. All right, we're out of this trend line now. It looks like it wants to take this down, this fair value gap, and touch this high orb or low orb.
Turning practice to perfection took some trying. Who'd have thought that I'd get my next blessing from some lines? I turned this rap into my profession and defied all their projections. No ceiling on what's manifesting in my mind, cause I get stronger when the pressure build. More hunger was
Vinny, what's up?
with the time I had and get paid over time. This so refined, just peep the detail. And it's all for retail. I used to get my inspo from the store that was for
bro.
We don't cross my mind so much cause everything
What's up?
I don't even check the traffic flow cause everything fly. Before I whips, now I got extra keys. Just text my lady, I'm the greatest. She said yes indeed. Can't play it safe, I'm taking risks cause I know what could be. Where that could lead, you best believe I'll be the first to see. I paid the price to know my worth, so I can't work for free. And put my soul in every moment, it's all sacrifice just by what you think worth the bleed. What you think worth the scars? Girl, it's way more to the world than fancy cars. We gon' live today, we might not see tomorrow. You gon' miss the galaxy, try and see the stars. Contemplate daily what's gon' get us far. No need to buy the world cause it's already ours. And I'm no longer searching for a one roof to stack, it won't cost them a dime. Feel me up seeing my people eat, that's the mark of a done. Can't be losing focus in the clutch, that's gonna cost you your prime. I took precaution, man, been at work since I first saw the sign. X by my cursive and name slipped since I dotted the line. Make sure the ethic match my ambition and wait for the time when drinks is on me. Thanks I don't need. I done had this plan since both jeans and long tees. No extended hands that didn't feed, I'm on freeze. Cause I ain't got the battery to spin, I'm low key. I done put my TK in 10 times, no lie, I did the job. Had to wash my hands on wind, lay down at night and get to God. It have been so many times inside, I thought when nothing left. I was on my way up thinking I would fall, but took a step.
Looking good and long right now in 15 minutes. Broke that trend line right there.
They say you die when you don't dream. Guess I'm alive cause I still believe. Look at the sky, turn what you see. I see stars that look like me. Take a guess how I live. Bet every time you be wrong, you couldn't walk a mile in these kicks. You don't even know the path where I've been. Talking about rolling coins and make ends. Took a lot of L's but never did quit. Taking on the chin and look at my strength. Place that bet.
I will re-enter long in a few minutes. See if we can get a setup.
I'm here for the bank, you're here for the extras. Just me and the fam, I don't need no extras. It's the ones that I love that I treat like treasure.
Fed up, I'm really fed up. I hear the side talk, I never said much. Fed up, I'm really fed up. I had to fall back so I could step up. Come on this walk if you could fit in these shoes. I face some times when I had nothing to lose. I beat the odds and now I'm living the proof. But I still go hard like I got something to prove. I get up, I go hard to the day that I came. All those losses, they made me the man. From the start and I stand today. I go hard as I can. Couldn't wait to see Friday. Back when things were going sideways. Now I do things my way. In this fast lane on the highway, I was slowing down, but I sped up. Making sure we all fed up. Hard times, I was fed up. Head high, never said much. And I love where I've been. Love where I'm headed. Moving love, been spreading love, cause it's love that'll win. Used to be too quiet, but now I'm on 10. I was down bad, then was back up and been down bad again. Now I can't stop and I won't stop. I go hard for my kids. I go hard for my babe, cause she went hard when I didn't. I was patient and waited, now it's my turn to win. Move like the man, now I'm never going back again. Fed up, I'm really fed up. I hear the side talk, I never said much. Fed up, I'm really fed up. I had to fall back so I could step up. Come on this walk if you could fit in these shoes. I face some times when I had nothing to lose. I beat the odds and now I'm living the proof. But I still go hard like I got something to prove. I get up, I go hard to the day that I came. All those losses, they made me the man. From the start and I stand today. I go hard as I can.
Dropping again. That's crazy drop. Good job, Gabriel. You survived the day. I'm trying to survive the day right now. Good job, Gabriel. Yeah, you have a good day, Gabriel. I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow. and Friday. Yeah, today's and yesterday was something else. Jesus Christ, what's going on here? Crazy rejection. Best way, best rate, best day. Back to short.
I just bought new shoes today. I wear my new shoes today. Stepping in my shoes today. Don't step on my shoes today. Happy with an attitude. Please don't think I'm mad at you. I work on my gratitude. Throwing all this cash at you. Swear I cannot do no wrong. Why I don't have much to say. All that talking on the phone, but you're never making plays. Playing phone tag. You're it. Pick up more bags. Too legit. Swear I cannot do no wrong. Why I don't have much to say. All that talking on the phone, but you never make
Dropping hard right now.
You're it. Pick up more bags. Too legit.
We was young, I'm looking back on how life used to be. You were mine and I was yours, it felt like you glued to me. Ripped apart my heart in two, I gave it for you to keep. Broken pieces all over the ground, I'm losing sleep.
Wants to drop lower.
How it used to be. We all say that, but the past always seem to play these tricks with me. Suffocating, need room to breathe. Take me back to how it used to be.
All right, I want to get in on short right now.
Order filled.
All right, I'm shorting. Gonna push lower.
So I gave you space. Life's a movie now. I feel like Vinny Chase. But when behind the scenes, that's when I unweave. When you not with me, not as fun as it seems. My friends think that I'm dumb.
I just like this very this engulfing candle, bearish candle on this thing. And of course, he wants to go different way.
Floated off way too far, I'm drifting with no paddle. I need you to save me, but you kill me at the same time. It's like a drug when I withdraw, I need the same high. Cause without it, I'm a mess. And I don't wanna start again. But it's way better than feeling like this.
Oh, come on. No, I was shorting because of this engulfing candle on 5 minutes. 3-bar engulfing candle. So it's a good setup for a short, but I failed again. So let's see. I wanna see it short.
conundrum of man. Good people question if there is one. Well, bad is soon good. Disregard the tally victims.
We'll see if it's gonna drop. But I'm having a shitty day today.
If I fall, would you catch me? Or would you let me go? Well, I guess I'll never know.
I'm having a shitty day.
Lest I trust you with my soul. Well, I guess I'll never know. Lest I trust you with my soul. But see, I'm so good at hiding it. So good at hiding it. I don't think I need to shine a light on it. I think my heart probably better off with this little bitty box where the sun don't shine and you can't see all its scars. See, it's a dark, dark world when your lights turned off and a chance don't feel worth taking anymore. Yeah, I'm so walled off that my walls got walls. So if you
Finally.
defense, you end up in a hall. But if I fall, would you catch me? Or would you let me go?
Fucking finally, bro.
I'll never know. Lest I trust you with my soul.
Push.
Order filled.
Woo! Fucking finally.
I can't trust you with my whole. All I got the pieces to give. All I got the pieces. All I know I'm evil.
Let's go. Let's go. Fucking finally. Danny at the moment. That's a good short. Finally, my freaking setup worked. I'm like, do I have to change my freaking strategy now? No. Yeah, I hit my 400. We got a bunch of order blocks right here. 5 minutes. It hit multiple order blocks. Yep. Might want to get that bounce real quick. Alright, I gotta come down. I need down right now. Yeah, I gotta come down right now. But it took down multiple order blocks, so we see a rejection right now. Nice, Josh. Good job. Good job, Josh. We have multiple order blocks been taken care of. It took down more order blocks from below 380. And we're having 380 area. We're having this massive rejection here in 5 minutes. But 15 minutes looking bearish. Very bearish. Let's look at 15 minutes. This 15 minutes right here is looking 3-bar engulfing candle. So there's gonna be a continuation. We got 1 more minute here. We have a massive rejection here from 380, 385, or 390, all the way to right here, 420. That's from all the order blocks from the bottom right here. It took down all these order blocks right here. We have 1 more order block at below 380. So I think I missed my rebound or rubber band trade or rebound trade, but I'm looking for another short opportunity. Look at that massive camo GG. Look at the massive bounce right there. How many points is that? 80. That's 40 points. 40 points bounce.
ISO Wendy's, where y'all from?
ISO. Indies. Yeah. Live free.
Bro, I thought I'm gonna be negative this month or this week.
Humble, stay humble in these streets, yeah. In these streets. Let's go. Playground parks with the trees and the cars. Brownstone buildings with the kids on the porch. Murals on the walls for the ones that we lost. Bodegas
Yeah, it's a nice move.
Subway stations with the maps and the
I was about to, but I just kind of like have to relax a little bit because I've been super annoyed with this price action. Yeah. We secured some cash today. I blow my pro account with Top Step. I mean with TPT today, which is fine because I didn't activate anything on that thing. I'm more concerned with this cash value right here. So I was down 4,300 a while ago, and now we're back to 5,700, up 200 for today, so which is a good thing. Yeah. I can literally just stop and just withdraw this $700 so I can say I made money this week. But I want to build some buffer here, maybe 2,500 buffer before I start doing a withdrawal. Dude, it's just this news and Jerome Powell, Trump always freaking ruin my setup or my edge. That's a good bounce right there. That's a really good bounce. That rubber band thing worked pretty well on this trade. We missed that. That's all right though. We'll get some more. Micah Babayan, Josh. Wait, are you Filipino, Josh? For some reason I thought you're a white boy. Mabuhay. Yeah, you're Filipino. If you said that you're a Pacific Islander, you're freaking Filipino. No freaking way. Only Filipino says they're a Pacific Islander. Yeah, you're Pinoy. Only Filipino says they're tell everyone they're Pacific Islander. You're a funny guy.
My uncle had told me that I was the one. I played the shit smart, now my bragging and dumb. Lil' Shorty had hit me, said she wanna come. Her dresses is black, but she not a nun. I'm so Pasadena, cause that's where I'm from. Some bangers, some hoes, some niggas with guns. They scheming for riches, they playing it numb. I'm second, I wins cause I'm second to none. Nigga, look, what the fuck you think I do it for? Do it for? Hey.
Yeah, short's still looking good. 15 minutes standpoint. We have this engulfing candle here, but we have a massive rejection here. But I will ignore that massive rejection from here because that's the order block. And it reacted. But if there's no order block here, it's just gonna go straight. And we have all this excess of buyers. But I will definitely still be shorting this guy. As a matter of fact, 1 minute looking good on short right now. We have this 3-bar setup right here. Let's see if we can get some confirmation, another confirmation of this candle right here. As a matter of fact, I'll just go in right now.
Order filled.
All right, I'm shorting again. I'm shorting based on 1 minute, 3-bar right here. So it's gonna be, we have fair value gap right here. Let's see if we can get some, a little bit scalp, small scalp. But overall, 15 minutes, it's very bearish. Let's see if it will pan out. Okay, but I'm very bearish right now. Let's go. Push lower. Wrong way. We have a resistance right here. Wow. Wow. Whoa. Calm down. Need to calm down. Calm down, my dude. Yeah. We have this gap right here on the top. Wouldn't care about that at the moment. That is wrong timing. As a matter of fact, that was a really bad call. Looking at it right now, it's a really bad call. Let's see if that's only a fake out. We'll see. That was a bad call on short right now. All right, come on. Prove me right again with this short. All right, looking good on that thing. Gotta push lower. Good job, that guy. You're up $300 now. Good job.
I was insecure when I met you. Take me to different levels, but couldn't walk away. Start dancing up with the devil. Try my game good, but never did get a medal. Digging up the past, I'm treacherous with the shovel. Treacherous with my ways, treacherous with my thoughts.
There it is.
Trying to maintain, but often it
Flowing.
throws me off. When times get hard, be needing you to be soft. Let's get this shit on. Don't need
Gotta push lower.
I need love, love. So what's up, love? Is this offering
Keep pushing. Very good. That's a very good push. I like that push. Up there. I want to target 375 if we're gonna push lower. I want to target 375 if we're gonna push lower. But that's just me. I'm gonna take my profit when I see my profit, a good profit. But I will see a 375, not 375, sorry, 380. 380 push lower to 380. And we're probably gonna get a bounce from there. The 380. Yeah. All right. So that is my long term target on short 380. 380. But I'm gonna take my profit here anytime soon now. I'm gonna move it to break even. Don't get no way. Really? There you go. Come on. Be a nice girl today. Be a nice girl. Come on. Push lower. I might consider taking profit at 22,400. Take everything out of the table, but 380 is pretty much my. I'm setting my eye on. It depends on the momentum. If you get a momentum all the way down to 22,400, I'm gonna keep trailing my stop loss to 380. We're getting a lot of in 5 minutes right here. Have to look at 5 minutes. All right, 5 minutes looking good. Looking good now. Looking good. Move my stop loss. Let's do it. Looking good. We're getting momentum now. So 22,400 is my first TP. My second TP is 22,380. I'm already on break even. I don't like that move right now. Come on. Give me some more. Be a good girl. Give me some more. Be a good girl. Give me some more. I want some more of you. Give me some more. Wait, someone followed me while I'm singing? You like me singing? $50.70, thank you for the follow. You're funny. You followed me while I'm singing. Did I sing again? There you go. 580. There you go. I got 7. I'm gonna move my stop loss now to a little more. There you go. I'm gonna move. All right, I'm gonna take 1 out of it.
Order filled. I'm
not gonna wait for 22,400. Okay, that's my first profit. Take profit 22,400. Then my second take profit is gonna be 22,380. But if I were you, take profit. Okay, take profit. You gotta take profit. Daz? I thought you were already following me. What's going on? Did you unfollow me a while ago? On his scalps, yeah. Good stuff. Alright, I'm gonna take this. I don't like this rejection, right? I'm gonna take everything right now.
Order filled.
Alright. Cool. Cool, yo. That's a good one. A good push. I took my I don't like that rejection right here in 5 minutes, so I'll just take everything away. So that was a good what, $600? I was aiming for 22,400, but that rejection, I didn't like that rejection. It's still probably gonna try it.
Sprinted to the helicopter room, make sure it's penthouse. 30 floors up, can see the world from out this window. Nikki threw the ball about
No, it was on TikTok. Good stuff. Koi, hopefully you got some, okay? Did you got some? 5070. Oh my god, what happened? Just like that, we're up. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I was down 1400. Now I'm up. Yep. Check that trend 5 minutes. You took back your Asia loss. Did you make money on that, Koi? On that short? Anyone else made money out of that short? Got your buffer back? Yeah. I lost my pro account in 1 day because of this, my dumbass. So that's all right though. It's part of the game. Josh, you're doing good, Josh. Maybe it's time to move on to a funded account or eval account, Josh. You're good for today, Gabriel. Up eval 1400. Good stuff, man. What about you, Mad Max? And you, Paul? Did you guys get money? We got 400. 22,400 is about to take it down. Still going down. Good stuff, Mad Max. Yeah, it looks like I'm about to take this to 22,400. Power hour. What time is it? It's power hour. Oh, we got 1 more hour. Yeah, this is my first TP right here. Took down 22,400. My first TP. $22,400 right here. Yeah, good thing I already sold it. It's just that massive rejection. It's not doing it for me. So, but yeah, let's get some more. I'm absolutely on fire at the moment, so I'm reading it properly right now, because a while ago I was reading it like a wet burrito. So yeah, mental, yeah, it's good right now. So let's keep it rolling. Waiting for the bounce, hoping to make some more back. Oh no, did you lost some? Yeah, let's keep it rolling. My mental right now is it's doing good. Yeah, I was down 1,400 a while ago. I was down 1,400. Now I'm back 800. All right, so let's go back to 15 minutes right now. Let's try to read it. Let's see if this makes sense. We got multiple rejections here from this order. The first rejection here is from the order block, and we bounce back because of that reaction. And now we have another rejections here that looks like we have a bunch of buyers wants to push it higher back to this trend line right here. We have this trend line right here in 15 minutes. Let me fix that shit. Let's see if we're gonna push higher. I want to see this price action touch this trend line again. So that is what I want to see right now. 1 minute is looking good for 3 bar. I might get in again for 3 bar. We have fair value gap here. too. I want to get in.
Order filled.
I'm in for buy. I'm not gonna waste some time, but I want to see this one touch this or I see profit, take profit, okay? I don't want to shoot for the moon. I'm in for long right now. I'm looking for touch this trend line right here, but first TP will be on 20 to 430. If you want to take your TP there, that'll be a good target. Looking good. Keep pushing higher. Looking good. All right, I'm gonna move my stop loss to break even, okay? Because I don't wanna delete. I don't wanna delete my profit. You gotta take profit, okay, my guys? Make sure you take profit. Let's go. We need to, I want to see this push higher. I'm already on break even, so I'm chilling right now. But make sure you guys move your make sure you guys manage your trade, okay?
Stop filled.
Yeah, I got stopped out. I got stopped out. I might try it again though. Yeah, I moved my break even too fast. Thinking of moving back, coming back up. I'll let you guys watch that one, but yeah, it's right back.
Always talking, I'm like, let them chat. I've been getting money, you know I can live with that. Legend in my city, when it showed it on the map. And if I leave this tomorrow, they gon' quote it as a fact. I'm like, who that could stop me? Carbon copies on my timeline. Get up out your ego, learn to think with your divine mind. Main role in my movie, get that boot if you ain't acting right. Biting on my style, these rapping with some appetite. Better know where you at night. Ride around with that. Catch me flicking ashes, thumping funky at your traffic light. Tipping out my bottle, all in honor of my dead. Swear these want no drama on my mama, on your head. I was raised to be that way, you just can't hold it, G. Being a block, I'm on my pivot like I'm
Indigo, thank you for the follow. All right. My initial plan, I still want to see this one go higher a little bit. Oh wow, oh wow, oh wow. He didn't like that comment. He didn't like that comment. Doesn't like that comment. All right. We're accumulating in this zone right now, right here. we might get the same accumulation like this here on this side, but overall I wanna see this price action retest this trend line. Okay. I'll jump in again later. Let's see if we can get some 3-bar action here. Bro, why everyone's trying to call me when I'm like locked in? I'm like, what the fuck, bro? What's up, 5070? Are you profitable now? Locked in? Yeah. Awesome. Are you trading prop firm or you're trading, what are you trading?
Receipts, I bet on a team. Let the work show what it means. When you charge it up and turn into a fucking machine, I get the Green Bay J Love and split it with my day one. Stay away from all you old pussies calling May Young, and that's not for the woman. Half these dudes act like bitches. See me flipping with
that long is still looking good, my guys.
It's not how you thought it would go.
I want to jump back in.
How they get lost in the rhythm. Y'all was shitting on the way that I'm living, but I forgive them. Seek revenge with how I'm killing. Hey, bounce with me if you made it back from out the shadow. Moving forward, baby steps.
I want to get in again.
Order filled.
I'm back long. There you go. Gotta push higher now. I'm back long. I still want to see it retest that trend line. And let's see how it goes. If you want to push higher or just drop dead. I got into this 1 minute 3-bar right here, so it's a good setup for me to take that trade. Looking good. It's a 3-bar and 1 engulfing confirmation, so that's really good enough for me to take my trade. The A setup for me. You're trying to learn good stuff. You're in the right place, my guy. If you want to keep in touch after hours, I have a Discord. Join our Discord, and you got a question about my strategy. I have a bunch of videos there. Let me know, and I'll redirect you to my the videos or my strategy, how it works. It's free. It's free. Nothing is for sale. So. I'm 28 and I've got comfortable money. My girls. Yeah, you're in the right place then. Yeah, Red Holiday. Looking good on this. Looking good on this long. Got you, my dude. That's a very good situation, I know. I wish I have that kind of situation. You took 222? I'm still in. What are you talking about, that guy? Gold, where'd you
Work it out and make your mind. Is you with it? Are you sliding? Just because you in a lyric doesn't really mean you mine. I got things to do, but I don't got the time.
I will have all the babies in the world just to stay home.
This is bigger than just me. I gotta climb. With all the guys, got my brothers and my fam standing next to me.
Stay home and braid. Let your girl pay everything. Alright, keep pushing. I push higher. Pushing higher. Looking good. Looking good. It's good. I like that push. I need that volume now to go long. Yeah, I'm still long. I'm at 419. We're getting rejected right now, but I'm still looking for that. It might accumulate in this zone right here, but I'm still looking at to get retested in this trend line. So it might happen in a few minutes or probably in half an hour. But yeah, it's accumulation right now in 5 minutes. That's all I want. It's just touch this trend line right here, and it depends on the reaction. If we get enough volume on this trend line, I'm probably gonna hold it and probably what you call this one, fill my stop loss. But if this trend line didn't hold with this push, there's a possibility that's gonna be our reversal. So this is based on probability, okay? The probability right now is hitting on the spot on. Well, not spot on. I was okay right now. Mentally okay right now. She's trying to learn it too. Oh, that's awesome. Good job, guys. You know, 50-70, it's hard to find a partner like that. Majority of these traders, we started alone, and it's difficult to trade alone. And if you already have a partner, your wife or your wifey or your girlfriend wanted to learn too, it's a lot easier because you need the community to trade. It's a lot easier mentally. Because this is very, if you're trading alone, it's a lot for you to it's a lot for you to just do this alone. 90% of trading is technically a psychology, so it's all mindset. 10% is you can learn a strategy in 2 hours or 1 hour, probably 5 minutes. But having that mental battery, or put it that way, or capacity or bandwidth, put it that way, it's different. You gotta have a lot of experience, or you gotta have a lot of support. Support is having your wife or your girlfriend or your community. So DTH, good stuff. Yeah, trading is boring. Yeah. Community, looking for community, a good one, a good community will definitely help you out, level up your trading, because you need that, a boost of confidence, a boost of confirmation to verify your thought process, because sometimes you look for something, it's not even there, and sometimes your community will point out that there's nothing there. No? And just chatting, you're right, that guy. And sometimes just being stupid. Yeah, we're accumulating in the zone. I'm still wanna push higher. Still wanna see push higher. Paul, man, I started making money when I joined here. That's weird. I see your name here. You're not even subscribed yet. That's so weird. It's so weird, right? It's so weird. That's so weird. You've been making like money already, and like, oh my god, you're still not subscribed? Dude, all you have to do is just use your web browser on your phone, and you can subscribe from there. I got you, Paul. Got it. Got it. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. I'm making you money right now, Paul. Look, 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 look. Your work computer block kick. Yeah, because you're working. You are trading while they saw your activity. They're funny. Saw your activity, my guy. Thank you for the gift, that guy. Looking good. We're gonna push higher to that trend line, my guys. If you're profitable right now, take profit, okay? You gotta take profit. You gotta secure the profit. Doesn't matter how much. Make you looking good push. That's a nice push. Where are we at? 5 minutes. I'm looking at 5 minutes right now. All right, 15 minutes looking good. 15 minutes. See this 15 minutes. 15 minutes looking good. Exactly. Dude, if you're making $200 in this trade, take it. You're making $300 in this trade, take it. That's $60,000 a year. I make more than that, so I gotta push more. I gotta push higher. Alright, I'm gonna move my stop loss here on break even, so I won't blow that profit away. You gotta take your profit, my guys. Look at that. Looking good, looking good, looking good, looking good. Looking good. You gotta push higher. I'm gonna move my stop loss again here. Let's take $150 profit off that. I'm good. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch it till I take down that trend line. Okay. I wanna see that trend line taken care of. Let's push. If I get stopped out, I have $150 of take profit. That's all right, and we'll find another way to get in. Okay, but I want to see the price retesting that trend line. 1 minute. Yeah, we're grinding higher, slowly higher, and if you just keep holding this one, hopefully we can hit Look at Paul. Finally figured out how to subscribe. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate you. You finally figured out how to subscribe, huh? Let's get that money, Paul. Let's get that money. Shit making guilt. My dude. You haven't met my mom yet. You met my mother? Dude.
Stop filled.
I got stopped out with $150 profit. I'm fine with that one, but if you're still holding this one, make sure you hold it till hit that trend line, okay? You have gifted 10 people on that account. You didn't realize that? Yeah, I saw you're gifting everyone, but you're not subscribed yet. It's funny. Appreciate you though, Paul. To subscribe, it's just me trying to get verified from this platform. Why is it I'm so blurry right now? Focus. All right. Dude, look at that. From $1,400 down to $900 profit. Not bad, right? Again, let's talk about the plan again, okay? I want to see this. I know, right, Mr. Mad Max? I want to see this touch this trend line right here. If you're still holding this one, good job. Good job. You got balls. You got bigger balls. You got bigger balls. Anyone? Anyone's holding this one or just watching? Come on. Josh, you're locked. Yeah. I mean, you're doing good. Still in 5 micros. Good stuff. What about you, Paul? Let's get your money back. You, Mad Max? Are you in this?
Book a flight or we can drive down the coast. Let's go, let's go, let's go. FLOATI flow. Put in some ice, now she's saying.
Wait, you got? Yeah. You're done for today. Up 2.5 on 50k. What about the 150k though? Oh, 150k. Gotcha. 430. You see it? Want to break it? Yeah. I want to see it break at 430. Looking good though on longs right now. What about you, Koi? Are you in profit right now? Because you told me you're on your buffer zone. Just listening. What you saying? You telling me you missed this? You missed this? You missed it? Yeah. Try not to trade Asia NQ. Try trading gold with Paul. He did a good job trading gold yesterday. You got up from there. Yeah, good job. 430. Good stuff. Good play. Good play. Good play. Good play. Good play. Good play. GG, guys. It still wants to hit this. It still wants to hit this trend line right here. Yeah, it happened. But yeah, good play on this one. Good trade. Can I see a reaction here on this trend line, and we'll see if we can actually short it in this top right here. Never touch NQ Asia again. Yeah, you did good on gold, man. So I'm gonna start trading gold if I'm. Yeah, that's a good exit. Good job, Mad Max. Good stuff, Mad Max. Good plan. I don't know, dude. I think you're all right. I mean, gold has some good momentum yesterday. Yeah, I saw that too. I think Paul catch that. He got that momentum. Yeah. I think I gotta stop trading at super early in the morning. All the time. The first 2 hours of me trading, I'm just freaking losing. You got two tilted. Yeah, it was a very difficult day. Today and yesterday. But hey, we managed to make some money today. Yesterday we kind of like break even. Well, not really, because we freaking lost in. We lost it on Asia, so that was never again. I broke my rules. I will never. But I'm watching gold though. I'm considering trading gold on Asia, because I see we got more movement on gold. All right, who's on negative today? I'm gonna ask who's on negative, because it seems like everyone having a good day. Who's still on negative? Oh, Mick, how much? Miko, how much? Almost Slayer, why are you still down? You've been here. You're down $700. Golly, what? All right. I'm not gonna promise you anything, but let's figure something out. Okay, we're gonna do. You war to. I help you come back. It's not enough, huh? We need 2 more trades. Is that what you guys saying? 2 more trades or 1 more trade? All right, let's wait for our. Oh, we got time. So we're about to hit power hour. We got some time. We need something. Yeah, we need something big. All right, we have this pullback right here. Throw that 5 minutes back. Good stuff, Koi. Go GG and go next. Dark boy. Alright, we're having this rejection here. Let's see what's happening here. What's happening here? Movements and that thing. All right. All right. I'm still gonna go to my original plan. I want to see this touch this. So I want to go long again, okay? I'm going long again.
Order filled.
All right, I'm long again. Protect your profit, okay? I'm long again. Let's see if you can actually push higher to this trend line. Higher. Let's go.
Open your eyelids. Swear outside of this lucid dream will come a silence. So keep dreaming, babies, and stay woke. But keep scheming, babies. Oh, it's a tidal wave of iPads.
I'm on 1 minute right now. Let's see. Gonna push higher. Gonna push higher. Keep pushing. I'm still sticking on my original plan. I want to see this touch the trend line. Let's see if it will give it to us.
See the day for everything it could be. Stop treading on that snooze button. Run. Open your eyes and see everything it was. And is and will be all at once. See the truth, don't hide from others' love. Bask inside that alarm clock, bug. Wake up.
Grease testing the breach, spending breach that I made, putting pens to the sheets. Took a week to retreat from defending the breach, cause living better, doing more to only ending the beef. I need some time to reflect on the heat and all the payback.
Looking good. Looking good. Gotta push higher though.
Show what it means when you charge it up and turn into a machine. I get the Green Bay J Love and split it with my day one. Stay away from all you old. Call him May Young, and that's not for the woman. Half these dudes act like just see me flipping with the digits. Now they
Got 5 minutes. Yeah, I'll go some 5 minutes.
Not how you thought it would go, is it? Jalen with the pivot, how they get lost in the rhythm. Y'all was shooting on the way that I'm living, but I forgive them. Seek revenge.
All right.
I'm killing. Hey, bounce with me.
Can't complain with that 5 minutes. Let's see. We need more volume.
Still a work in progress, filled with liquor and tobacco. Trying to rid all of my demons on this road that's pretty narrow. So I just vent my sorrows out to drums and chop pianos. Always keep one in the chamber, so I'm never low on ammo. Yo, let me get into it. Every war got different battles, so I'm always staying ready for whatever on my travels. I done faced too many demons, I don't feel nothing. I was low and I was sinking, but I'm still coming. I was up late.
I move my stop loss to closer because I don't want to risk everything. I just want to end my day with at least $300 profit, just in case. But my original plan still stands, okay? I want to hit this trend line right here. It might not happen with this trade, but eventually. Hopefully by in 30 minutes or so, or less than 30 minutes. Not looking good on 1 minute, but keep pushing higher. Yeah, that's a good push. A good push. That's a nice push. That's a nice push on 1 minute. Looking good. Looking good.
Still a work in progress, filled with liquor and tobacco. Trying to rid all of my demons on this road that's pretty narrow. So I just vent my sorrows out to drums and chop pianos. Always keep one in the chamber, so I'm never low on ammo. Yo, let me get into it. Every war got different battles, so I'm always staying
in Tagalog. Tulak pa. All right. Tulak. I don't even know how to say anymore. It's been a while. It's been a while since spoken Tagalog. Yeah, you didn't like that, huh? Mark, I only understand Tagalog. Nah, he didn't like my Tagalog then.
No baggage, I'm boarding the plane. Leaving everything bad in the rearview and taking whatever remains. Whatever been good for my spirit, the rest I've been setting ablaze. Burning it down to the ground, I started refreshing the page. Till I rest in the grave, I'm making the mark and etching my name. I get it, you feeling the way, but
That's not good. We got rejected. Akyat pataas. Akyat pataas. This market is racist. It doesn't like the freaking Tagalog. About to get stopped out. You gotta push higher. You're going short all the way. Kamikaze. I like your name. Kamikaze. Let's go higher. That 5 minutes though, it's not looking good. That 5 minutes not looking good. Let's see if you'll get a reversal from there. There it is. There, that's a good push. That's a good push. Kamikaze, is that a Japanese word on something? What's the meaning of that kamikaze? What's the meaning of that kamikaze again? You guys know? It's like suicide. Ah, okay, that's why he wants to short all the way, like a Pearl Harbor kind of thing, huh? Wait, I have AI mod. I didn't even know I have AI mod. You love living in the edge, yeah. We all are, right? That's why we're a trader. We're like that. But yeah, you're probably right here, because we got rejected again on the top, and we have this 3-bar bearish candles. You might be onto something. Yeah, you got deleted. I see it. I didn't even know there's a mod here. Yeah, it looks like it's going to follow up with that short. That 3-bar short right there is absolutely.
Stop.
There you go, got stopped out. Let's see if we're gonna get rejected here. What program am I using? I'm using my own account balance, my own personal account, and then I have Take Profit Trader accounts. Full port time, boys. Almost Slayer. Old Pizza Trader. What do you mean? Old Pizza Trader? I'm confused right now. Oh, I like the daily profit payout, daily payout. Cold Pizza Lit Trader, my prop firm. That's expensive to do that, to open your own prop firm. Koi, what happened? You got stopped out? You got stopped out, Koi? We all did. Yeah, we all did. Sorry about that. You're crying for me, why? Why are you crying for me? We got a good rejection here. You want to get, yeah, well, sometimes it doesn't happen. Hey Danny, are you still married? You still married? I want to get back in here again on longs. I'm not messing with you guys. Look at that 1 minute. $32. That's full port debt, $32 on long right now. Wait a minute though. Let's go. All right, let's wait. Let's wait for a second. Let's see how this 1 minute goes.
Order filled.
All right, I'm in. I'm in long. I'm still on that trend line bias play. Let's see if it's gonna push higher now. Let's go. All right, Josh. See you later. See you tomorrow. $32 before blowout. Yeah, that's it's gonna be a miracle, Danny. Gonna be a miracle. That is going to be a miracle if you did.
I just been keeping my poise, made by the million but still unemployed. They text me about green but not on Android. She not my shawty, she filling the void. I make the sounds that cut through the noise.
One micro to build it up. Yeah, I am. Yeah, this plan is not working out for me right now. This plan is not working out right now. That is so bad. That is so bad. That was a bad read. That was a really bad read on my end. That was a really bad read. That was a really bad one. Let's see here one right now.
different. Authentic, every vibe is cemented. Fresh J's, now we jumping out the ceiling. Tough times made a diamond out of feelings. All facts, they can't question what I'm dealing. Got house, we must focus on the building. Just some losses, now I'm feeling so prolific. Hustle loud, much you don't get it. Seen the highs and the lows, it's terrific. It's a job to hate, that's why I love the critics. Self-made, I ain't gotta ask permission. Turn my pain into fire, no ignition. Only when the money talk, when I listen. I put the city on my back and this.
That's a bad read. How much does it cost to reset a take profit? It depends on your account. What would you reset? I think it will cost you more to reset. So just buy a new one. Wait, you're talking about funded account? Yeah, this is a bad read. I gotta get out soon. Resets are expensive, yeah. I mean, if you're resetting your funded account, if like cost you $300, might as well just buy 3 of them, or 1 of them, or 2 of them. Like $650? Damn. Oh my goodness, this is annoying, guys. Wait, 650 what? 650 of what? Reset? Of your funded account? Is that what you're saying? The reset funded on 50K? Holy shit. I'll wait. 650, I'll wait for 5 days. Did you get your money back on that boy? Dude, that's literally 625K account. Oh, you're good then. You're good. You're good. Paul is the eval king right now. Eval king, Paul. I'm saying that in a good way, by the way, because you're good at passing evals, and you have your momentum on your XFA, so you got your payouts already. 6K, more than 6K maybe. Right? Right? Like, you'll pay $200 to get past eval. That sounds tight. Full porting strat. Wait, I've seen a bunch of commercials in YouTube, like they'll pass your eval and they even trade your account. Is that even freaking real? Is that even? I think that's a scam. Okay, it's like, what's your tip, Paul? That's a scam. A scam? Yeah, I thought so too. They'll take your money and they'll pass your eval and they'll do a split profit. That's kind of like shitty. We're having a crazy very volatile at this right now. Doesn't want to do anything. I thought we were going higher a while ago. Wait, you have a bot too, Koi? Yeah, I'm interested. What kind of bot are you using? Is it working? That's the question. Is it working?
My shoestrings untied. I'm running full speed with scissors in hand. I love pointy things. Let's fall on the floor next to all of
It's for
our
Forex.
Let's lose inhibition. Let's fly like our dreams is reality. Real things ain't quite what they seem. Once you hold it, does it gleam? If it's
Yeah, does it work for you?
soul, is a soul a real thing? If you're really in the know, is it all a scripted show with the cameras and lights and the laugh track to kill all of
Yeah.
loneliness inside? And
Yeah, I kind of saw that message, Danny. That's funny though. 100K.
It's all good. This is all I'll ever know. So I better chow down while the food straight snow. Make my own damn waves inside my own.
So you're telling me you have 100K, and bot is doing it for you? That's crazy. I won't even trust myself for 100K. I won't even trust myself for 100K. Trust me. You're emotional, girly. You're funny, Danny.
What you got good? It's always as good as it gets.
Who is this? What do you mean? Dope is dope. Dope. However you want, depending aggressive. Yeah. The music? That's my band. They're singing about me. It's Gregory David and the raps. I really like this one. Let's try it again, okay? Start pumping when they market start pumping when they heard my music. You should trail now. If you're profit now, you should trail, Mick. You're not trying to lose some money, okay? You're trying to make some money. See, I mean, if you listen to Koi 5 minutes, you should be positive by now. All right, stop loss at break even. You guys trail your stop loss to profit, okay? If you have 5 minutes right now, you should be positive by now. All right, looking good with that plan. Just remember the plan here on trend line. I want to see it on this top on trend line. Holy moly, look at that, 5 minutes.
But instead I'm hearing Cali up and smoke in real life where the whole world broke and the pizza always froze. But it's all good, this is all I'll ever know. So I better chow down while the food's
Danny, it should be like up like $10,000 by now if you full port it. Them Didi candle.
What you got good? It's always as good as it gets. Even throughout all the mess and regrets, piled cigarettes and the rest. All you got's ever
Get the baby oil.
till your last and then you'll be dead. So live it all good.
Push higher.
Is your nose in bed. Be grateful
Yeah,
for
push
what you
higher.
got, that ego in head. Keep it free, boy. Keep them strings No stems, no sticks, no seeds, no stress, no peace, no love, no free, don't care, mo chains for me, don't share, I keep, yo, let's eat, yo, let's eat.
I'm ready on a break even, okay? So I'm not risking anything. I just want to see this one go higher. See that song says get that money. You gotta get that money. 6 Hondo? That guy? Nice. Wait, are you negative a while ago? That guy? Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. It's beautiful. Beautiful. So beautiful. Oh my goodness. Keep going. Keep going. Oh my god. Keep going. Keep pushing. Gotta move my stop loss here. Keep pushing. I gotta move my stop loss again here. Yeah, keep got it. Keep pushing. Get that money. Get that money. Get that money. Get that money, my guys. Get that money. Get that money. Let's get that money. Let's get payout. Let's get payout. Yeah. Danny, did you full port this, Danny? There you go. Hell yeah. Look at that. Get that money. Nice. Get pushing. Get that money. Get that money. Get that money. Get the money. Get the money. Ah, good stuff, Danny. Get the money. Get the money. Don't go broke. Don't go broke. Don't go broke. Broke. Get the money. All right, one rejection. Let's see if we're gonna get a retest rejection here. If we get rejected here, I'm out. Okay. But let's see if we're gonna push higher. We got 30 seconds left. I'm gonna move my stop loss really tight right there. I got $500 stick profit. Get pushing. Get. Come on, Danny. Get that money, Danny. Don't get divorced, Danny. Vámonos. Vámonos. There you go. That's a good push. Ooh. Good. Looking good. That 5 minute looking good right now, my guys. That 5 minute looking good. I'm gonna move my stop loss here again. $600 total profit. Looking good. Looking good. Keep pushing. Build that profit, guys. You wanna get broke here, my guys. Alright. I think that's good enough for me.
Order filled.
I see some rejection, so I'll take my money. Get that money. All right, who's still broke right now? Who's still broke? All right, who's still All right, who's still a negative right now? Oh, you're almost there, Miko. Almost. Who's there? Who's there? Who's there? What about you, Koi? That was a great move. We talked about it. It's not a great. It's been planned out. It's been planned out. You're up $330, Koi. That's a good profit right now. Yes, sir. War, you're still down? How much? You said you're 1100 a while ago. You're $50 away from your. Yeah, there you go. We're almost there, Danny. All right, so we only got saving an email for tomorrow. All right, so it looks like everyone is happy today. I thought you, yeah, I thought she followed too. Yeah, she still had the same account. Koi. She's been trying to save it. I need $300. Past now, I need what? All right, guys. So, did we? I mean, I know a bunch of you guys, but people that not saying in the chat, come and join in the chat. If you made money off that play, can you just type in W so I know that it's not just us here. Koi, from negative 1400 to 1200. Sheesh! I did it again, huh? I did it again. Did it again. That guy W. Good stuff, that guy. Good job. Should we call it a day? 1K millionaire? You are a millionaire right now. We call it a day? I think we're good now. Miko winner. W. I mean Miko, at least you lowered your loss today. So trying to get myself nerf in the morning and come back so it won't get too boring, you know. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Hey Miko, try not to full port it, okay? Try to save that one for tomorrow. There's no news tomorrow, so let's see if you can lost all day today. War, yeah, I was losing too a while ago, but I come back. It's a good one. I know. I was bad too on news, but we came back. See you, War. Paul, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. Yeah, Miko, be done for today. W for all around. Good job today. We did a good comeback, at least. Boy, if you're gonna trade Asia, trade with Paul with gold. Trade gold, please. Danny, see you tomorrow. All right, guys, that's it for me. We really did a good comeback today, so good job. And other than that, I'll see you guys later or tomorrow or maybe on Asia. Well, who knows? Good job, Sagar. I'll see you in a bit, okay?